No one would have believed in the last years of the 19th century that human affairs were being watched from the timeless worlds of space. No one could have dreamed we were being scrutinized as someone with a microscope studies creatures that swarm and multiply in a drop of water. Few men even considered the possibility of life on other planets. And yet, across the gulf of space, minds immeasurably superior to ours regarded this earth with envious eyes, and slowly and surely they drew their plans against us.
You know these cigarettes, do you call them? They taste wonderful. We haven't got a thing like this on Mars.
keep breeding us like cattle for food. You gotta tell them. You gotta tell them.
The fake alien invasion back in 1989-91, an open letter to the UFO community and other concerned citizens. And remember, this was written in 1989, but it was reissued in January, right? Okay. Think I got that right. I don't know. Anyway, fellow citizens of Earth, this open letter will address the plan that a global cartel of ultra-rich and powerful, the Cabal, to demonize visiting star persons by putting on a fake alien invasion. Now, again, this comes from a UFO community, so they are kind of into the belief that there are extraterrestrial beings in the universe. And again, I'm not saying there are, I'm not saying they're not, but this is more to do with what they're talking about, the fake alien invasion, more than the existence and demonizing aliens, all right? So because the events described here were planned to occur in the near future, this information is now, as a responsible citizen, equipped to take part in shaping the future. The Cabal's shadow government, NWL, Illuminati plans to demonize visiting star persons by staging a fake alien invasion. At a press conference given in Washington, D.C. at the National Press Club on May the 9th, 2001. Okay, so this isn't company aided. Dr. Carol Rosin, who had been the first woman corporate manager of an aerospace company, Fairchild Industries, told the assembled press about a warning given to her by her boss, Dr. Werner von Braun, in 1974. 3 years after I was born. Von Braun revealed that a dark, powerful forces controlling world wealth and political power had, over a third of a century ago, planned to create a future fake extraterrestrial invasion to acquire total global control. One world government, the one threat. They need one person or one organization to deal with it. Meanwhile, this global plutocratic cartel has maintained the UF cover-up as a cover while they prepare for their great day. And is that great day coming? Is this why we're being hidden away inside in self-isolation, in quarantine, being fear-porned with projected graphs about the curve and the death rate from the Johns Hopkins? Is this all a big distraction to stop us paying attention to them putting the final places together and in place to carry this out? Dr. Rosen said, "What was most interesting to me was a repetitive sentence that was said to me over and over again during the approximately 4 years that I had the opportunity to work with him. He said the strategy that was being used to educate the public and decision makers was to use scare tactics. Fear porn, guys. Fear keeps us in place. That was how we identify an enemy." Again, why do we need Space Force to protect us from a possible enemy? The strategy that Werner von Braun brought me was that first, the Russians are going to be considered to be the enemy. And during the Cold War and in the pages of The Watchmen, the Russians were the enemy, and the Russians and Americans in The Watchmen were about to blow each other up with their full nuclear arsenals before the staged alien event that brought eventual peace and harmony while killing 5 million people in order to do so. Are they about to kill 5 million people? Again, that would also do a great job at depopulation agenda, for the depopulation agenda and for population control. So the Russians were used as the enemy, and in 1974 they were the enemy. The identified enemy, we were told that they had killer satellites, that we were told that they were coming to get us and control us, that they were the commies. Very true. That was what the Cold War was all around. Also, the Star Wars technology was introduced and talked about during the 80s in the Cold War, and the satellite system that would shoot down any nuclear ballistics on their way to North America. Then terrorists would be identified, and lo and behold, the terrorists were identified 9/11, 20 years ago. Would be identified, and we heard a lot about terrorism. Then we are going to identify a third world country crazes, and again, the Arabic state, the Islamic state, they usually are not necessarily in third world countries, but some of them are, you know, the likes of Syria and possibly Afghanistan could be considered third world. We now call them nations of concern, but he said that he said that would be the third enemy against whom we would build space-based weapons. The next enemy was asteroids. Now, something we also have is the Atlas comet that I think recently broke up, and there is supposedly one due this week tonight, in fact, at time of recording, which is April 29th. Supposedly an asteroid is supposed to be flying over Earth tonight. Now, at this point, he kind of chuckled the first time he said it. Against asteroids, we are going to build space-based weapons. But anyway, again, is this a little bit what the Elon Musk things? Are they space-based weapons? This is what Space Force are putting up, space-based weapons to protect us from asteroids or aliens. Who knows? We've not really questioned the purpose of Space Force enough. And the funniest one of all was what he called aliens, extraterrestrials. That would be the final scare, and this is where we are today, guys. This is what I think we're getting. We're already scared, or a lot of people are already scared at the pandemic, and while we're scared, what possible greater scare would be than a threat from outer space? We've already got what they're leading many to believe, deadly virus that can kill people, even though the World Health Organization themselves admit it has a 98% survival rate. But we're being brainwashed into believing that this pandemic is a real threat to humanity, and the only way that we can really combat it is to remove rights and freedoms and embrace some kind of totalitarian socialism. But the final fear, that while we are fear, and again, within the Watchmen, everyone was already fearful and absolutely shit scared that they were going to be annihilated by nuclear weapons. And at the moment, there are people that are shit scared that they may be eliminated by a phantom virus. So while we're already scared, a further fear factor, psychological operations shown into the mix would just blow shit right off of the Richter scale in terms of panic, pandemonium, what the hell's going on, and certainly would fall very much into what we're reading here. The extraterrestrials for the final scare. Okay, so back to where we are. And over and over and over during the 4 years that I knew him, he was giving speech, and I was giving speeches for him. He would bring up that the last card, and remember, the last card is an alien card. We are going to have to build space-based weapons, Space Force, against aliens, and all of it is a lie. I think it was too naive at the time to know the seriousness of what the nature of the spin that was being put out on the system. And now the pieces are starting to fall into place. We are building space-based weapon system on the premise that it is a lie, a spin. Werner von Braun was trying to hint at back in the early 70s and right up to the moment when he died in 1977. So that's what I'm saying, guys. This plan has been around for eons, just like the plan to bring the towers down. It went up to be brought down. The Space Force, the space weaponry, this has all been talked around from the 70s. Again, if you believe in the moon landing, this wasn't very, very, very long after they went up onto the moon or staged the moon landing event. What he told me was that there is an accelerated effort in place. He didn't mention a timeline, but he said it was all going to be speeding up faster than anyone could possibly imagine. And the effort to put weapons into space was not only based on a lie, but would accelerate past the point of people even understanding it until it was already up there and too late. They're already up there, guys. The satellites are already up there. And that is a testimony of Dr. Carol Rosin, Nexus magazine from December 2020. The cabal is that shadowy global plutocratic cartel bent on world domination. Its leadership is not stupid. They plan carefully in their present context of increasing abundant open flights of star visitor craft over populated areas, staging UFO sightings to make people believe, and fueling the community, the UFO community, with these sightings and these conspiracies, to get them thinking a little bit like they do with the truth community. Overpopulated areas, the cabal have devised special measures that they believe will sell the public on the reality of an alien invasion. You know, maybe through Hollywood, many movies, and one of the greatest UFO alien movies of all time, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. In that movie, they staged a big, I think it was a gas leak over a wide area of Wyoming, and they staged this in order to evacuate everybody out of the way of a large area, so that the mothership could come in unseen. Is this why, again, and this was the first thing I said when the pandemic came out, and they started shutting people down, is this a cover-up? Are they planning something, and do they want us inside out of the way so we're not paying attention to other things? Now, 5G towers have been going up at an alarming rate during this pandemic. These people seem to be essential personnel, and they're essential because they're part of the plan. They need to put these up in order to power this coming possible staged holographic invasion. One element in the cabal's secret development of anti-gravity craft back engineered from star visitor craft that the cabal military stooges had shot down. I guess they're talking about Roswell and stuff like this. More about those in the next section. This high-performance advanced technology fleet is expected to fool the viewing public into thinking that they are extraterrestrial UFOs. For instance, the huge UFOs seen in January 8th, 2008 over Stephenville, Texas, and chased by F-16 fighters, as reported on CNN, Fox News, Larry King, and other media, was actually a cabal anti-gravity craft warming up the public for a false alien invasion. Now, is this why they are releasing, the Pentagon are releasing these UFO videos as part of this, guys? Are they getting us ready to accept the alien invasion? Is this why the Pentagon all of a sudden is putting these out? The huge UFO seen on January 8th, 2008 over Stephenville, Texas, and chased. Okay, we've done that. Actual anti-gravity craft, the alien invasion, which the cabal planned to stage later. Furthermore, these cabal craft have technology aboard their craft which can project 3D solid seeming holographic images in the sky to create realistic sky battle scenes. In order to further terrify people, the cabal plan to use the advanced Star Wars program energy weapons these false UFOs carry on board in order to shoot at humans on the ground. Just what I said before about the Skynet system. Killing thousands, convincing people aliens are bad and on the attack. As I said, guys, a lot of this stuff's going on. UFO sightings off the scale in the last few weeks, as are common and meteor sightings. Is this all holographic imagery? And there's also been some weird blue lights that I did put in the last video for you to see. We're going to look at some more of those possibly later. But remote viewing reveals that the cabal have, as an additional information management tool, recruited 3 noted UFO investigators to act as spokespersons during their fabricated Star Wars. This part of the plan was reported by a woman who is a potent psychic. These were people, again, that were used in the Watchmen fictional graphic novel when Adrian Veidt put together his think tank. He got a secluded island, Epstein Island, anyone? But he had a secluded island that nobody knew about, and he shipped in all of these high, ranking directors, psychological people, doctors, scientists, movie makers, script writers, dragged them into this big island and kept them there for years and years and years working on this project. And when they finally finished the project, I'm about to leave, He killed them all, so they couldn't pass on any information. Once the job was done, they were no longer essential. But this is part of the fabricated Star Wars, they believe. This is part of the plan, was reported by a woman who was a potent psychic, was a star being in a previous lifetime. Now again, some of this stuff, guys, I'm not saying is or isn't where you shouldn't really necessarily be believing that a star being brought us this information, but what I'm talking about is more the operation, the holographic imagery, the staged alien events, right? Was a star being lifetime before incarcerating as a human in this lifetime, and is a respected close associate. Her name is Fran Ozebedian. I'm not sure if I can read that properly. And she lives in the US Southeast. I'm not saying she isn't. I'm not saying she is. It's kind of up to you to decide there. She remote viewed a contemporary scene involving those 3 UFO investigators. Fran shares the following information obtained from that riveting remote viewing section. These 3 persons were observed consulting in an out-of-the-way building windowless room about the grand story that the Cabal plan to launch in the not-too-distant future. That grand story would be that from which Dr. Werner von Braun had warned Dr. Carol Rosen about in 1974. Fran identified that the 2 men and women who would help front this alien invasion story were UFO investigators Stephen Gear, MD, Michael Sala, PhD, and Linda Moulton Howe. The grand story which these 3 were secretly discussing would unfold thus. First, Cabal-controlled scientists and or government officials would proclaim alarming new evidence of an imminent alien invasion. Greer would act, I mean, it could also be an asteroid strike, right, or a meteor shower, would react on cue to this new information and admit that he was wrong about aliens being good and now realize they are all evil. Salah, who has said all along that there are aliens who are evil, would essentially say, I told you so. Moulton Howe, who specialized earlier in her UFO career generating reports attributing cattle mutilations to alien, would declare that she is not surprised that the aliens would kill humans. Now, there's been so many movies, you know, Mars Attacks for one, War of the Worlds, way back, you know, War of the Worlds come out in the 1800s, people. So maybe, you know, that was a little bit of forewarning, predictive programming right there. And I actually have mentioned it, I think, on some content that is no longer on this channel due to the desire to avoid community strikes. The Cabal would launch fake alien attacks, and here we are, Project BlueBeam, featuring a Cabal anti-gravity craft designed to look like classic UFOs and armed with Star Wars energy weapons. These would annihilate swaths of the population, mostly in the areas of the Third World, thus achieving the Cabal desire to thin undesirable populations, but with token attacks in the developed countries. Now, there was actually just a couple of weeks ago alleged meteor strike in Nigeria. Maybe I'll try and find that out for you. Thin out populations in undeveloped as well as the developed countries to maintain the global attack credibility. The Cabal-controlled world governments would declare global martial law, and this is what I'm saying, they need that one singular threat to institute global martial law. Now, we do have a kind of medical martial law at the moment, so it wouldn't be that much difficult to implement a further martial law to what we already have. Now, something I also pointed out in the last video was some of these tents and temporary morgues and temporary hospitals that we've been seeing erected around major cities in North America, and I think possibly elsewhere in the world is the COVID victims are going to be so many. We need these. Was that the excuse to put in these medical triage centers and temporary morgues was, the pandemic. The excuse to put them there is not to distress people as to why they were suddenly seeing temporary morgues in hospitals going, oh, it's okay, there's nothing to see, it's just the pandemic temporary hospital. But the victims haven't been turning up. There haven't been the numbers that have required. And I actually believe that the US Navy hospital ship has Comfort, is it called, has left New York Harbor. They brought that in to kind of help deal with the overflow of COVID patients that never arrived, but were these, put in place so that they would have them ready to go for a mass casualty event, just like FEMA being in place on the day of 9/11. They'd been setting up a few days to run drills and triage centers that would just come in so very, very handy and useful on the day when the events unfolded. The global martial law and the creation of a global authority to address the menace. Now, this isn't something that I've been telling you recently, guys. I've been telling you this and speaking about this for a long, long time. In fact, just over a year ago, or just under a year ago, I can't remember the first date. I was on the Mark Fugel News call-in show, and it's actually the first call that I made to that show, and I spoke in that episode a year ago about the coming staged alien invasion. But anyway, the Cabal-controlled world leadership would then unveil anti-gravity fighter craft held in secrets for such an eventuality, just like the clone troopers in Star Wars. They'd been sat around for 10 years waiting just for the moment to go into battle against the battle droids, another staged event, fake war, and order counterattacks using their anti-gravity craft to engage in shooting the enemy invaders. Since the real Star Nation ships would not be a party to this madness, the Cabal would simply set up drone anti-gravity craft to dart around and project convincing 3D solid holographic images of Skywar featuring these alien invaders or possible asteroids, which would dutifully begin to get shot down. A grateful world would meanwhile accept the Cabal-controlled government leaders' demand for a unified global government and then allow them to assume unlimited power in order to fight the alien invaders. The accuracy of Fran's remote viewing of the above planning has been confirmed by Star Nation's representatives. To many in the UFO community, it may seem astounding that noted UFO investigators would front for deception, but maybe you pay them enough, they're quite happily to go along, and one which sells out human self-determination and stamps people into the arms of the Cabal controllers. Excuse me. It is therefore useful to examine what indications do exist in the open record as to whether these UFO investigators would be well suited for fronting such Star Wars plans. Stephen Greer, MD, is a director of a committee for the study of extraterrestrial intelligence. He has the hobnobbed with the ultra-rich and powerful. Yes. Does he have history of being financed by the Rockefeller interests? Yes. Does this point to the Cabal influence? Yes. The Rockefellers head the American wing of the Cabal, as the Rothschilds head the Cabal's European wing. Skylar Tritalitarianism, Trilateral Commission's Elite Planning for World Manage, Cambridge, MA 1980. Gray has admitted in his association with Lawrence Rockefeller that in typical third-party person style, he writes, subsequently working with the philanthropist Lawrence Rockefeller, Dr. Greer provided in-depth briefing materials for President Clinton and Hillary Clinton, who reviewed the matter while staying at the Rockefellers' J.Y. Ranch. Thus, Greer admits to cooperative association with one of the Rockefeller brothers, and the Rockefellers, as we have mentioned, are part of the Cabal, part of the elites, who financed the briefing material Dr. Greer provided to his friend Lawrence Rockefeller's guests, who included Hillary and Bill Clinton, and the executive summary was not only report funded by Rockefeller. Let's get down this. What's this about? The financing of the best available evidence report was only in a whole series of UFO research efforts that the Rockefeller had financed in the early 90s. He had been a constant source of what researchers referred to as Rocky bucks, i.e., money spent by Rockefeller to get to the bottom of the UFO mystery. During this period in the early 90s, many researchers made research proposals to Rockefeller and were provided funds. In January 94, for example, funds were provided to Stephen Greer to fund his Project Starlight. Blah, 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 blah. Nothing really very interesting now. I want to get back to the plan. I have personally met with a number of people involved. Such is the grand story. My meetings over the last 9 years with covert operatives who have worked on UFO-related programs have introduced me to some characters right out of a spy novel, and then some. Whether in private high-tech industry, at the Pentagon, or at midnight meetings in private mansions, a theme has emerged: the eventual covert militarization of the extraterrestrial subject. Part of this disclosure plan involves the use of UFO look-alike devices made by humans in an attack on Earth or military assets of Earth. The covert projects have been running UFO-related programs for nearly 60 years. Are not interested in disclosure, which upsets their apple cart, but then there is the UFO disclosure. The powers that be would like to see a manipulated, calculated to consolidate power and engineered fear configured in such a way that chaos and deepening need for Big Brother is carefully calculated into the masses. 21st of October 1999, when disclosure services serves secretly. I guess that was a paragraph from a book. Is there other evidence that Stephen Greer, a self-described humble country doctor, has extraordinary access to high-level officials to discuss highly classified matters, the kind of access only the extremely powerful can get you? His Greer's Starlight Project coalition, referred to in this AP Associated Press report, was the Disclosure Project in its early days. It was named by our point of contact, Washington D.C. think tank director John Anderson, who set up my briefing for CIA Director R. James Woosley on December 13th. 1993, and was operational around the time of Bill and Hillary Clinton's visit to the Rockefeller's JY Ranch to review the database and briefing materials that had helped assemble November 13th, 2007 personal email of Stephen Greer to multiple names mailing list. Dr. Greer also acknowledges his access to covert information not available to highest government officials as early as 1993, when I personally briefed CIA Director James Woosley on the UFO matters. We knew of an ongoing secret project to which President Clinton and Mr. Woosley were denied access. They didn't let the president know this is how secret it was. That was a press release from November 14, 2007. So it's plausible that Greer would be accessible to cabal plans, but how would Michael Salla fit in? And this goes on to tell us about him, I'm guessing. Something about Islam there. He's currently operating as a UFO investigator. His earlier research earned him known as Islamic expert on radicalism, and evidenced by his book Islamic Radicalism, Muslim Nations and the West. Indeed, he selected Al Jazeera to send a letter to, informing them about the possibility of an alien intervention. And again, this is, I guess, getting a cosmopolitan think tank that can influence the West and the Eastern worlds, I'm supposing. So he influenced Al Jazeera, US, Iran. The truth is way out there. In 1996, he was selected from Australia to work as a professor at American University, which receives substantial Rockefeller Foundation funding. Over the last several years, his focus has studied from studies of Islamic nation to UFOs. And again, we just mentioned how Islam was used as a foe in a psychological operation. Once that job is done, now he's moved on to his next project. UFOs, to help as a reported member of the planning team intending to go public with views about star visitors, which would suit the cabal's planned false alien invasion. Sulla would need to be primed to promote evidence for evil aliens in its case. Repeatedly presses the case that there are evil aliens. So this was all about him, I think. Again, you can kind of pause this if you want to go too much into this guy. That's again a little bit off track from the actual kind of guidelines of what is going to go on in this false flag. It would be useful to the reported Cabal team to have a cattle mutilation expert who could then sound convincing if she would say that there is no surprise to finding aliens. We kind of read that above. Howe managed to do both in a 93 book, provocatively and falsely titled Alien Harvest, further evidence linking animal mutations and human abductions to alien life. So these people have been put in place to kind of fuel the theory that there is alien existence, and they are also fueling the UFO communities with information that will support this, and that I told you so moment. This is what I wanted to get to. The Cabal's secret anti-gravity fleet and Star Wars weaponry. The Cabal have acquired extremely advanced extraterrestrial science and technology information by back engineering it from UFOs they have shot down, by sealing such benign information from legitimate governments to whom star nations had entrusted it, and by torturing star visitors they captured into disclosing such information. The Cabal have then weaponized this basically benign neutral science and technology information by having their scientists and engineers turn it into tools as swift anti-gravity fighter craft and Star Wars weapons. The Cabal's anti-gravity fleet consists at least the following more details. And here are some of their 12 US anti-gravity and reduced gravity space craft and aircraft made with classified extraterrestrial technology. We're going to see some pictures, or are they just lots and lots of writing? Looks like it's just lots and lots of writing. Okay, so that's information. If you want, maybe I could put that into the link in the description if you want to read that. The B-2 stealth bomber secretly has electrogravitic systems on board, eliminated most waste when turned on, and enabling it to fly great distances with little fuel consumption. While the B-2's existence is public knowledge, the fact that it secretly has anti-gravity properties is not hidden in plain sight, right? The Aurora is a moderate-sized spacecraft vehicle that can operate on both conventional fuel and anti-gravity field propulsion systems. The Aurora can travel to the moon. It operates out of Area 51. And remember last year, Storm Area 51, was that a PSYOP? Something going on there for sure. The Lockheed Martin X-33A Venture Star military space plane is a military version of its acknowledged civilian aerospace vehicle. The national space plane is off and on development. The military X-33A, again 33, has an electrogravitics system on board. The Lockheed X-22A is a two-man anti-gravity disc fighter. The late Colonel Steve Wilson, so I'm guessing this is the list of the craft. The Nautilus, the TR-3A, is a super fast aerospace vehicle with a thin oval frame shaped like a pumpkin seed. It has been identified as using pulse detonation technology and propulsion in a sub-hypersonic regime, and also uses anti-gravity technology for mass production and complementary field propulsion at higher speed limits. So that's one of the weapons or one of the crafts that they are going to use as part of this psychological operation, I believe. There's a TR-3B is a larger triangle, and was secretly deployed in the Gulf War's early hours using electromagnetic pulse laser cannons, literally slat in midair, firing at long, medium, and short-range targets to take them out. The Northrop, the XH-75D, a Shark anti-gravity helicopter. A Tor-50 is a hypersonic anti-gravity space-capable fighter. It looks like a MiG. As I said, you can stop and pause this and read if you want. This is getting a little bit of a long ass article. Epilogue. What does this mean for our future? So there we've seen some evidence of craft that are similar to UFO and extraterrestrial alien spacecrafts that they could use in as part of a staged event. Are large numbers of humans therefore doomed under an onslaught from these seemingly invincible cabal-designed and advanced anti-gravity craft masquerading as alien invaders? Not so. Star Nation spokesperson, counselor for the Watchers, stated that on November the 5th, 2007, that the staged alien invasion and resolute bloodbath reportedly to be fronted by Greer, Sala and Howe will not happen. We would never let countless humans die in such an event. Of course they wouldn't. We love them too much to allow that. We do intervene in the human affairs when the stakes are high. A false flag invasion meets that criterion. The open letter has touched on several very important areas. The cabal's plans to thwart any star visitors' public presence by staging a preemptive fake alien invasion, and the secret advanced anti-gravity craft and weapons which the cabal has available to accomplish their simulated alien invasion. Star Wars sky battles and ground attacks. There is now a need to address the cabal's overall agenda and strategy for total global domination. Rather go into it at length here. If you want more information on the cabal, you can read 2 articles of mine, blah 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 blah. This is from the guy writing, it's time to get busy doing that in the light, Richard Bryson. So that was that particular article. We will be looking at another one very very shortly. Okie dokie, so on to the next article. Post strange holograms in the sky, and this is from 2015. And these are things that we have seen. There's been floating cities, there's been imageries of some clouds that look like Jesus in the sky, and are they also preparing possibly a fake rapture? Who knows? But imagine looking up in the daytime sky and seeing an entire city floating and hovering above you. Thousands of cell phone cameras would be immediately whipped out to record such an event, along with soundtrack filed with incredible expletives within seconds. The internet would be flooded with videos and the news would be heard around the world. Now, was this why YouTube changed its platform that requires users to have 1,000 subscribers in order to go live from their phone? It is very hard to get to 1,000 subscribers. So this would essentially kind of be a form of censoring anybody from whipping out their phone, recording live and uploading onto YouTube anything that you may be seeing in the sky. Heard around the world. Sounds like science fiction, yes and no. The first part did happen in 2012, but because it took place over a small impoverished village in Nigeria, again African nation, possibly third world countries, and China, again, I've always said that China is the model for the one world order when it eventually arrives, and China is like I say, that the kind of prototype dummy rhyme pilot project, so they put all their kind of stuff, this goings on there, and that's probably why we saw some of the floating cities in China, why we were reported that the virus came from China. Nothing against Chinese people. Actually, I have some very, very good and dear, close Chinese friends. But China is being used just as a patsy, like Lee Harvey was. And there's always a Lee patsy, not a Lee patsy. There's always a Lee Harvey Oswald in every psyop, guys. With seconds. So it took a impoverished village in Nigeria. The chief and his villagers did not have the technology record it. Later they told reporters that they weren't scared and they accepted it as a sign of God. And the reports are that, also BlueBeam was going to be used to maybe, it was either going to be aliens or possible religious icons or entities that would convince people into believing that maybe there was a rapture or a second coming or something going on. But kind of aliens is a more unifying singular threat. Religious does kind of target certain demographics, right? So let's have a look at the little video. You know what, that's getting a little bit boring, but anyway, there's a little bit of evidence of possibly what he's seen. Those lights did kind of look a little bit similar to the Skynet thing that are going over the Elon Musk satellite system, the satellite train. What did the villagers really see? Probably a hologram. The US military and NASA have been experimenting with holographic projections since 1978 in a program known as Project BlueBeam. While many in the government and mainstream media try to debunk its classified existence, it's become harder to deny, especially after the Chinese government openly projected a holographic silly and alien spaceship in the sky for its own people in that place. I can't even begin to read. Guangzhou. The people were told in advance what the technology was so as not to cause widespread panic. Consequently, everyone flocked to the area to film it. See the video. This was in 2012. 6/12/2012. So there you go. And there was a little evidence of the holographic UFO flying over China 8 years ago. Unlike the Nigeria farmers who saw their floating city in the sky as a heavenly harbinger, the Chinese knew it was nothing but a holographic illusion to be used, and were both delighted and marveled with it. Their government was out in the open about it. But what about the Nigeria site, and who projected it? I wonder if there were any US military bases near the Dulali village. Sure enough, Google told me there are 2 US drone bases nearby. Such bases would provide fertile opportunities for experimentation to see how people might react to holographic events. Told you guys, they're running it and they're practicing and running drills at the moment. They've been running practice drills for years and years, it would seem. Holographic projection, also known as strategic perception management, can turn the whole sky into one big LCD screen to beam holograms from multiple space satellites and aerial drones. Elon Musk's Skylink. They're not just for weather and spying. These satellites have the capability of beaming images off one another to create 360-degree Disneyland movie theater. This is what they're being put in the space, and they're going to be orbiting us for. It's got nothing to do with beaming 5G high-speed internet down to Earth. It is for this purpose and this purpose alone, people. It's a big deception. They put us up there. They got us marveling at looking at things in the sky. Oh, we're looking. Even these things, these little, the Chinese government letting people know that it is a hologram. It's getting people used to seeing things in the sky. We are going to do an article, a little article shortly on that one. Actually, Elon Musk is saying he wants to make them invisible now. He doesn't want people to see them. Where were we? The Disneyland movie theater. Outmoded transparent holographic images have been replaced with holograms that can project full sound, light, heat, and everything to make Hollywood believable. According to a 1999 Air Force manual on enemy perception management, whose links I found are now disabled, this technology is very real. The holographic projector plays a three-dimensional visual image in a desired location, removed from a display generator, and projector can be used for psychological operations and strategic perception management, and also known as lying or bullshitting. It is also useful for optical deception and cloaking, providing a momentarily distraction when engaging an unsophisticated adversary, and it has capabilities for precision projection of three-dimensional visual images into a selected area, supports PSYOP and strategic deception management, and provides deception and cloaking against optical centers. Many countries have been working on this technology for some time. Japan's National Institute of Advanced Industrial Science and Technology developed a device in 2006 which uses lasers to project real 3D images in midair. At the demonstration, bursts of laser lights were emitted 100 times per second to form shapes up air, um, in the air up to 50 centimeters above the device. Heat from the laser caused the air to expand, produced a crackling sound that resembled a series of tiny explosions. This is interesting because the Dulali villagers and Chinese hologram observers reported hearing crackling or static sound. This is a dead giveaway that we are seeing is an illusion. Real UFO experiences report that craft are eerily silent, but who knows, the military might be perfecting this distinction as well. Again, maybe this is them putting their dummy runs in practice. In March 31st, 1997, issue of Defense Week magazine published a fascinating article regarding the US Air Force's entry into the field of computer warfare through the creation of an entire division unnamed but whose operating code was given as AF/XO IOW, to be headed by Lieutenant Colonel Jimmy Miyamoto. The new US Air Force division would be responsible for what the article describes as future war tactics, maybe Space Force, to include the use of holograms for military purposes. The article described the quasi-computer warfare or psychological warfare operations program initially conceived during the Gulf War for weaponization in space. Again, maybe the Gulf War was a dummy run. It stated that holograms of this sort would include the projection of three-dimensional holographic images as decoys, including the appearance of an angry god over the battlefield. The suggestion was made during a Gulf War to project an angry Allah into the sky to command the Iraqis to stop fighting and to surrender. The idea was dismissed, but it was certainly not forgotten. The Defense Week story goes on to say that the Pentagon has openly included the use of such holograms as part of a non-lethal weapons programs, but the program vanished from sight around 1994, becoming part of the much-ridden black projects in the late 1991. The JFK Center and School for Special Warfare appears to have looked into a PSYOPs holographic system able to project persuasive messages and three-dimensional images of cloud, smoke, rain, building, and even religious figures, and images used as persuasive measures for worldwide applications. Aliens, asteroids, such forth. That's the worldwide application. Again, they could even use this to project persuasive images of aircraft crashing into buildings, perhaps. Many of the futuristic vehicles of terrestrial origin carry advanced directed energy weaponry. Again, directed energy weaponry is what I believe was used also on 9/11, usually broadband holographic technology, and that's possibly what the DWs will be used as part of this next operation. It wouldn't surprise me. Where are we? Created directed energy weapon technologies using broadband holographic technology to easily cloak or conceal their presence. The lesson here is not to be easily fooled by holographic images in the sky as signs from God, especially wearing the face of Jesus, Allah, or even alien invaders. They are nothing more than tools of manipulation of the masses. Governments are capable of deceit. No fucking shit they are. As we all know, John Lear is a retired airline captain, former Lockheed L-1011 captain and CIA pilot, as well as the son of the famous inventor of the Learjet. He believes this. That's what I just said. John Lear, you should look into his research. He's a no-planer just like me, and his look into that is absolutely astonishing. I did bring you some of that during my September Tuesday series. It has now been deleted due to community strikes. Beware of false flags events from those in authority that tell you what is best for you. And at the minute, they're telling them what is best for us. Stay conscious, cautious, and be aware that these are challenging times as we all search for answers in truth. So there you go. Let's get ourselves into the next article about Project BlueBeam. Before we do go into our next article, I just want to show you this little video. And again, this might again be a reason or a purpose for the 5G towers is a part of what is it, thought to skull, text to skull, I don't know, but being able to transmit messages and wavelengths into the mind of humans, and the guy will explain it a little bit better than I will, but this is what is also, I feel, going to be used to reinforce the psychological operation's reality of the alien meteorite attack, asteroid strikes on Earth. They're going to use a frequency of subliminal messaging to pump into our mind and make us believe it's real. Sounds very, 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 very radical and out there in the realms of science fiction, but it is very real, I assure you people.
That goes to my brain that tells me I'm touching the bench. Everything we experience is electromagnetic, all the experiences we have, so it's very easy to interfere with that. They can set carrier signals in there. The voice of God. Ever remember anyone hear of the voice of God? Remember in Iraq in the first Gulf War, that column of troops that just got burnt out, they just all gave up their weapons and marched to the front, but wanted to give up, and they just firebombed them all. That was the voice of God. That was the technology they put in their heads. They all had this voice in their heads of Allah telling them to put down their weapons and go to the front. And they did. The voice of God. David Shayler. Anyone know David Shayler? The guy who he exposed the 7/7 bombings and then suddenly thought he was Jesus Christ and started wearing drag. Very strange, a transvestite Jesus Christ, suddenly after exposing these London bombings. He was staying in an apartment in England, and after staying in this apartment, suddenly he thought he was Jesus and started wearing women's clothing. And when he moved out of the apartment, there was a woman living in the apartment below him who said, "Oh my God, I'm glad he's moved out," she said to her neighbours, because now the voices have stopped. Because she had a voice in her head every night telling her she was Jesus, going all night in her head. So they must have been hitting her with a satellite or something, whatever. Flat Earthers, satellites don't exist, sorry to offend anyone, whatever. But however, they had this signal that was bombed down on his apartment, putting this voice in his head, and the woman below was hearing it as well, and it stopped when he moved out. And then suddenly he thinks he's Jesus Christ. This is how they do it. So they're able.
Okay, so we've seen a little bit about Project BlueBeam. A couple of articles we just looked at do kind of outline and give a little bit of guidance as to what Project BlueBeam is a little bit more about, aside from my input on the subject. This is on the Starlink. I don't know why I called it Skynet. Starlink satellites, and I did see these just the other day going over Toronto. But Elon Musk says that he's fixing them. So they can be invisible and ask people to hack them. Not sure why he wants people to hack them, but they're getting sunshades so that they don't get bright, seem like a string of bright pearls, prompting UFO sightings. So they're going to disguise them and hide them from sight. SpaceX boss Elon Musk said he is working on a solution to make the swarms of satellites recently launched by the company less visible in the night sky. Maybe they don't want them to be so visible because we don't want to see them when they're projecting the main event, right? The latest bunch of 60 satellites were deployed into orbit on Wednesday and will eventually form part of a 12,000 strong constellation designed to beam high-speed internet down to Earth. Yeah, it's not doing that at all. It is part of BlueBeam, I'm sure. Satellites from previous launches appeared in a long train sweeping overhead this week, prompting a flurry of UFO reports. Their unusual formation has been described by astronomers as a string of bright pearls and are clearly visible when they are angled in such a way that they reflect light from the sun. This could potentially cause disruption for optical telescopes. Yeah, we've got to worry about those optical telescopes. There's so many on the planet that we just don't want them disrupted, and may even block sightings. Here's something very interesting of earthbound asteroids, according to some astronomers. So are we going to see an alien or an asteroid event? I don't know. One or the other is, it's hard to put your money on which, maybe a little bit of both, who knows. But I'm thinking more along the lines of asteroids, because we do have comets and stuff like that. And actually there is reports that Russians have technology where they've built bombs to look like rocks. So they don't look like bombs, it looks like a rock and then it blows up. We're fixing it now, Mr. Musk tweeted. That's good of him. I'm glad he's dedicated to fixing it now. Following the latest launch, we are taking some steps to reduce the satellite brightness. Should be much less notable during the orbit rise by changing solar panel angle, and satellites get sunshades with Launch 9. Observers, SpaceX will paint the base of the satellites black. The company is also working with the US National Radio Astronomy Observatory and European Radio Astronomy community in order to mitigate any impact on radio activities. The Starlink internet has already been tested by Mr. Musk, who posted a tweet through it in November. But before it made its public later this year, he invited people to attempt to hack the network. SpaceX previously played down the risk of interference in astronomical observations posed by the Starlink satellites. Speaking at the Satellite 2020 conference in March, Mr. Musk said that such concerns were being exaggerated. I'm confident that we cannot cause any impact whatsoever in astronomical discoveries. Zero. That's my prediction. It's a prediction. It isn't a fact. It is just a prediction, just like the predictions of the pandemic are going to kill millions of us, but they haven't really as of yet. We will take corrective action rather, if it is above zero. I've not met someone who can tell me where all of them are, so it can't be that big of a deal. Space as seen from grandmother's garden, and there's some pictures that we can't see for some reason. Following a launch of Starlink satellites last year, astronomers at Cerro Toldo Inter-American Observatory in Chile reported disturbances in their observation, and maybe they're meant to cause disturbances in observation because they don't want maybe these independent people witnessing with their telescopes and stuff the actual goings on of these alien or media attacks that we might see as a result of Project BlueBeam. I'm in shock, wrote CTIO astronomer Carla Martinez Vasquez. The huge amount of Starlink satellites crossed over our skies tonight. Our telescope exposure was heavily affected by 19 of them. The Starlink satellites lasted for 5 minutes. Rather depressing. This is not cool. And probably Elon Musk has more money than that observatory, so he can do what he wants. As the constellation of Starlink satellites grows and more companies look to develop their own space internet projects, astronomers fear that the problem will not go away. An online petition calling for the end to the irresponsible practice of littering the night sky with bright low orbit satellites has gathered more than 1,500 signatures. So there you go. He wants to make them invisible. Why he wants to make them invisible, I don't know. And why is he continuing to launch them? And why does he want a constellation that is going to surround the globe? Well, to help aid with the projections, I'm guessing, and provide the backdrop or the, what you project things onto, or possibly project lasers or projectiles down onto Earth. So there you go. Elon Musk there are lots and lots of things in the sky at the moment. As I said, I've seen this myself with my own eyes. Called my roommate out to check it out himself a couple of weeks ago. But that was something that is being seen. I'm seeing a lot of these Starlink photos circulating on social media, on Facebook, and a few YouTube videos and things going around. And is this getting us in ready and sort of programming and engineering us into getting used to looking to things in the sky? So not only that, we do got some meteors and UFO sightings, so that's what we're going to be looking at next. Doki. So we did look a little bit at a project BlueBeam, and it's what is involved in that, and the technology and the intentions of what they are going to use. But this is some stuff in real time, some articles from the last week, and we've got the news section up here on the Google at some reports of meteors that have been seen over the last week. And once in a lifetime meteor was captured by accident. Space aliens meteor shower. What were the lights some saw in the sky tonight? So let's click on that one. And this is from ABC 8. Space aliens meteor showers. What were the lights some saw in the sky tonight? And there they are. It's the Skynet, Starlink rather, that they were talking out straight. Starlink is a satellite constellation being constructed by SpaceX. Internet's accent, yada yada, whoop-de-woo, array, tay. SpaceX moves ahead with its Starlink satellite launch amid the pandemic. Maybe, the pandemic is a great time to launch things when people aren't really paying that much attention and more concerned about social distancing, getting toilet paper. And if you're in the healthcare industry, maybe choreographing your TikTok challenge dance. Anyway, the 60 Starlink broadband satellites rode atop of one of the Falcon 9 rockets taken off from Florida's Kennedy Center at 3:30 p.m. The devices are now coasting through orbit, where they will soon begin climbing about 340 miles above the ground. They're operational at altitude. This launch brings the total number of Starlink satellites to more than 400. So 400, that's what people saw. But it is about getting used to people seeing things in. Now, this is the same article. Let's look on this one. It's the same people. The photographer captures meteor photo without planet while he was asleep. Now, this, I believe, is a lie. It's a little bit like do you remember the Indian guy who tweeted the SEAL Team 6 attack over Islamabad when they allegedly caught Osama bin Laden? He accidentally witnessed it, and this little Indian lad accidentally witnessed this green glowing meteor. And when you do see the photograph, you'll see what I mean. Now, how on earth was that? Look at it. It is absolutely beautiful, perfect picture. And he supposedly was using this as part of a time-lapse project he did over a period of years, showing the development of an Indian village or town. It's more like a town than a village. But somehow, while he was doing this time-lapse, he caught this wonderful, beautiful picture. While he was sleeping, he didn't even plan to take this picture. This picture was captured. Now, the green light, that reminds me very much of War of the Worlds. And if you've ever read the book H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds, or listened to the Jeff Wayne musical version, the green glowing Mars projecting out the cylinders that descended on Earth, carrying the Martians. And once they landed on Earth, then the Martians crawled out of them eventually and rained havoc upon the planet until Earth germs killed them. So this little Indian lad doing a time-lapse project caught this beautiful, stunning picture. Now, does that look like a picture that was caught by accident? Absolutely not. Prepare the time-lapse. You need to think a lot about it. Now, read that there, right? See that little... I'm not going to read it, remember it. So we're going to go back. This is the first one. Same article. The once-in-lifetime meteor was captured by accident. And it's the same photograph. There it is, that beautiful, beautiful picture. And here it is, almost identical. There are some types of photography that cannot be planned down to this tiniest detail. And why they're telling you this is because this fucking photo was planned down to the tiniest detail. And that's why it goes on to add, capturing shooting stars. Hell no, you can't plan that. not so much. You know, they're trying to dismiss the fact that you can't plan this photograph when it was exactly planned. So this is what I'm telling you guys. They're getting us used to this idea of seeing shit in the sky. They're putting it into our mind. You know, again, Venus has been over. This is from a week ago. Now showing Venus and a meteor shower over Edmonton skies. I don't know if that's an actual photograph or just an illustration, probably an illustration, but it is another example of a meteor sighting, a Venus show in the sky in the last week. Intel process, no, I don't want to click on that, it's about processors. Meteor fireball illuminates the sky. There's a picture of illuminate the sky. Did we just look at this one? I don't know. But anyway, oh, is this the video, or was that just something completely different? Let's give it a go, see if we can see the fireball. Oh yeah, there it is, look, there it is. Want to see it again? It's only 12 seconds long. More time-lapse look, and again it's a time-lapse photographer. And that's all she wrote, guys. So there was a little video of the meteor that lighted up the sky there. 2 meteor shows. This is 7 hours ago at time of recording. Obviously, 2 meteor showers to light up skies above Devon and Cornwall in the United Kingdom next week. And that was a block. Okay, we've got all the stuff going on this website, but there's just another one. The 2020 LIRID meteor shower thrills sky watchers. Here are the best pictures. Again, this was just recently. Getting used to looking up at the skies. Actually, I think I'm gonna. That makes a good thumbnail. Sorry guys, but yeah, so once again, what we're saying, while photographing the LIRID meteor shower from Fripp Island, South Carolina, early Wednesday, 22nd April, astrophotographer Tina Papaz-Lee captured this view of a meteor that appears to be hurtling towards the planets Jupiter and Saturn as it passes through the constellation of Aquila the Eagle. The brightest object in the frame is Jupiter, and Saturn can be seen directly to its left, also visible. A bit further in the left is planet Mars. This planetary trio made a rare close approach last week and are now showing further apart. Is that the photograph? I'm not sure. It's pretty amazing. Wow. But anyway, guys, what it is just another report of meteor showers in the sky. 2 days away, fireballs from Halley's Comet are about to rain down on the Earth's skies. This is from the Sun newspaper of the United Kingdom. Are we, you know, is this what we're getting ready for? Is this part? This is from the 27th of April. The latest meteor shower to fill our skies will be at its best and brightest next week. The shower is set to peak around May 5th. 5-5. Don't know if that's in any relevance. The meteors should be most visible before dawn. More meteorites. Get ready. Look up in the skies, guys. Scientists find that the first evidence of a human being killed by a meteorite. That's an interesting one. That's only 4 hours old. Scientists have just found this first evidence of a human being killed by a meteorite. Is this the psychological operation, the part of the cycle? The first human killed of a meteorite, and more humans going to be killed by a meteorite. I actually haven't seen this article. This has been released since I actually started this project. This might sound as if it has something to do with the infamous space rock, and that very interesting that they put that in there, that obliterated the dinosaurs, but that's 66 million year old news. 66. Try thinking of a human getting taken down by a meteor instead. Very interesting language used there. trying to get used to humans possibly getting struck down by meteors. You know, you might get struck by lightning or hit by a bus. How long is it going to? Oh, you might get hit by a meteor if you go outside for too long. Is that going to be part? You know, is that why they're teaching us to stay in quarantine? Okay, we have a meteor shower. You must stay inside. You must stay inside. It just. Anyway, back to this. It just might have happened that scientists from I can't read that one. Some strange places. Why can't they be from easy sounding places? And it's from Turkey, as well as Peter Jenkins of the SETI Institute have unearthed new evidence that rocks falling down from space weren't only lethal to prehistoric reptiles. The event is described in a new series written from records over a century ago. Okay, so this is from 100 years ago. It's not anyone recently that's died. Claimed there was a meteor shower in Iraq that claimed 2 unlucky victims. Funny that they are in Iraq as well. One got away injured, but one perished. Defense Department disclassifies UFO footage. Still can't explain unidentified aerial. Let's just click on that one. Is this from the Pentagon? So I do want to click on that before we get into some UFO. So this is meteors, and this will be into the UFO segment. Defense Department declassifies UFO footage. Still can't explain unidentified aerial phenomenon. Well, at least we're safe from aliens for the time being, or so our government says. Interesting. After years of fielding questions from everyone from UFO theorists to New York Times, the U.S. Defense Department has finally released the original pristine versions of 3 highly buzzed videos that show, this is the Pentagon, that appear to show UFOs, making sure to use the less sensational, unexplained aerial phenomena description. Who are they kidding? The Defense Department made public 3 clips which hail from a series of incredible aerial sightings naval pilots have made over the past several years. The clearest sighting, which includes flight crew audio of military personnel amazed by the hypersonic exhaust-free object they are tracking. That's in. How did he know that it was a hypersonic exhaust-free object? All right. I mean, maybe hypersonic because it was going that fast. You know, I don't know. A little bit like the guy on 9/11 who described the commission report, the official narrative of events, where I seen the planes crash into the tower, and then one by one the towers collapsed, mainly due to heat and structural damage caused by the fires. You can look that up yourself, guys. He did say that on the day a Fox employee was interviewed as an eyewitness, gave the exact official 9/11 commission report. Aircraft carrier Theodore Roosevelt, 2015. So this is the footage here.
Against the wind. The wind's 120 knots to the west. The whole thing, dude. Oh, that's them, is it? It's not. What is that on Earth, dude? Well, if there's look at that thing. It's rotating.
Are we going to get another video? Probably not. Let's click that back. So that language, or the audio that we heard then, that almost sounded a little bit scripted. Hey dude, did you see that? So anyway, that was a little bit of the footage that was released by the Pentagon. So we will try and find that next. But that's just a little example of, you know, some of media signs that we've seen over the last week, sorry. Lots and lots and lots and lots of articles and reports on medias and some on motorbikes. So let's get over to the UFO sightings. Here you can see, guys, the Pentagon releases footage of the supposed UFO sightings. To be clear, Phoenix Lights, the most famous reported UFO sighting in the world probably, watched UFOs sighted above Cleveland and Detroit 3 weeks ago. Let's see if we got some pictures of these. Blue lights in the sky, apparently seen over Detroit. Mass UFOs, let's click on this one.
Look at this shit. What the fuck? This is why they want us to stay in the house. This is why the fuck they want us to stay in the fucking house, nigga. It ain't the coronavirus, nigga. It ain't the radiation, nigga. It's this. What the fuck is this? What is this?
What is that?
What is that? What is this? Hold on. What is this?
I just want them to
What
see
is
it.
this?
They don't be thinking
What is
like-
that? What is this? What is this in the sky right now? What's going on? They not airplanes. They doing formations and shit. Like, what's going on? For real, for real. Somebody please explain to me, man. What's going on, man? Like, this shit crazy right now. What the fuck? Like, what the?
I can't see it. The light disappeared.
What is them? What is that? Them not stars either. That white thing is stars.
Now wait, baby. Pull up right here. It's a garbage can. They just disappeared.
They disappearing, literally, from vanishing, disappearing, like they turning off their shit. They was just doing formations and shit, dog. That shit crazy.
I'm trying to fucking light. The light keep blurring my ass.
What is that? What is that, dog? It keeps stopping. I thought I was tripping. Look at this shit, y'all. Look at this shit. Watch these bitches vanish. Watch these bitches vanish. Oh, there they go. Two of them disappearing right now. Two of them disappearing right now. Two of them disappearing right now. Oh, you see it, babe? You see it? You see it? Now watch this one. Watch this one. It's disappearing right now. It's disappearing right now. Watch this shit. Watch this shit. This shit, them not no fucking helicopters. Them not no droids. It's not none of that shit, bro. Quit capping, bro.
But anyway, there was a little bit of images of the UFOs seen there, and here's some more over Cleveland. April 4th, 2020.
Bro, what the fuck is that, though? Ain't nobody seeing this shit? Bro, what the fuck is that, though? Now they lightweight disappearing now.
So there you go, another very similar imagery. I'm not going to let it play all because it is a little bit orientating watching it like that. But more sort of delightness. I'm caught up on this theory. More than a few people put forth that the coronavirus was delivered by intelligent life form from outer space, and all the increased UFO sightings aren't because people are scared and home and have nothing better to do, but these same aliens are now spectating from above to see how they're handling it as a society. Well, as a member of the media, I would like to officially welcome our alien overlords and pledge my undying allegiance to them. And secondly, I'm sorry we're getting so fat watching that show about tigers and barely wearing pants. The truth, unfortunately, isn't out there. It's down here, and nobody's going to take over this rock. We are done with it. So I don't know, that was possibly a little bit of an attempt at humor. If you like something other than coronavirus to worry about for a couple of yeah, okay, so he's making fun, I guess. So yeah, it doesn't matter that he was making fun. The fact was there was some UFO sightings. UFO response unit call in Fort Myers 2 hours ago, guys. 2 hours ago, a UFO response unit car spotted in Fort Myers following Pentagon's release of the UFO footage. Were these videos released as part of the start of this? We've only released them now because we have important information that maybe aliens are on their way, or maybe comments. I don't know which or two. As I said, Project BlueBeam could possibly project either or even both. Who knows? But anyway, UFO response car spotted in Fort Myers, Florida. Southwest Florida. Do you believe in aliens? More people are turning into believers after the Pentagon releases 3 videos confirming the space. And again, there we go. If we can create more believers by releasing photographs, then they're going to believe even more when they put on the BlueBeam PSYOP all light extravaganza. Shortly after the Pentagon released the video, MUFON car was spotted in Fort Myers Tuesday evening. MUFON sounds for Mutual UFO Network, and the group has chapters in all 50 states and in select countries. Dennis Wilson, the director of the Florida MUFON, sounds like something you do to a girl. I'll get your muff on. Chapter, and he said this group feels validated after the Pentagon released the videos. We are glad to see they are acknowledging that we are not that there is an advanced technologies in the sky. The evidence we've all collected overwhelmingly points to something that is probably not technology from this planet. UFO videos officially released by the Pentagon as related coverage. Wilson said this car spotted in Fort Myers was likely a MUFON field inspection, and for the nearest one in southwest Florida is near Naples. Is there actually a picture of the car? That's a little bit disappointing if there isn't. No, they don't look like there's a picture of the car. What's this here? No. You'd think they'd have a picture of the car. That's disappointing, but nevertheless, there is a report of a UFO car in Florida, maybe like the X-Files investigation type team. And there you go. It weren't UFOs in Cleveland, but it'd be cool if they were. And again, it'd be cool if they were. I'm trying to suggest it'd be good. A month ago, UFOs in Manitoba skies, not quite. And it's all the Skylinks. But again, pointing us to the skies, paying attention to the skies. Let's click on images and latest, and you can see they're all about these ones from the Pentagon. Everything is about the Pentagon, and these are kind of saturating the web. One day ago, I'm trying to see, what does that one look like? Is that the car? No, I thought that might have been the police car. 2 days ago, not sure if that's real, but as you can see, guys, there are some footages out there, or photographs of UFO sightings, mostly the Pentagon released one. But they're getting us ready, guys. Well, they're preparing the minds, and they are socially engineering those that don't believe in aliens into accepting that there are aliens. And the reason they're doing that, I believe, is possibly to introduce us into put into place the Project BlueBeam, introduce the Project BlueBeam PSYOP into action, and then oh my God, this is why it's the Pentagon knew. And anyway, you see what I'm getting at. Is this part of the planning? The first stage of Project BlueBeam, create the reality of the alien threat before we transmit the alien threat. So as you can see, guys, there are quite a lot of things about UFO sightings in the news and videos. There's also been some stuff about comets that have also been seen. In the previous video, I did mention that the blue lights that have been seen around the world, and now we're still on Google here having a little look at some articles. Now this isn't that recent, it's from just over a year ago. Strange blue lights seen over Arctic Circle were not aliens, and blue lights have been something they've been seen quite a lot of recently. Again, this was from 28, the blue lights over New York, UFO. I'm not going to click on that, but let's look at some of these pictures. And this was back in 28th of December 2018, the blue lights. And, you know, was this an example of BlueBeam being experimented with? Actually, that's an even better thumbnail. Sorry about that. It's got the skyline in the city and people in it. But anyway, yeah, was this an experiment, a dummy run? With this, with a flash, the sky over New York turned a mystical blue. Was it a flash or was it technology? The spectacle, which appeared without warning Thursday night, stunned observers as they sensed something was wrong. Because obviously, would you look at the freaking sky? And quickly formulated some plausible explanations. Theories landed heavily on science fiction. Maybe the glow signaled the end of a massive battle between superheroes. Maybe it was an alien invasion. Maybe the apocalypse was nigh. And these eerie turquoise cloud over Queens were the first sign that the end was near, guys. Look at that, what they're doing. They're putting that, you're reading it. It's in the mind, it's subliminally implanted. That blue lights in the eye, end of days, aliens. See what I'm saying? Once you put it in there, the thought is implanted. Brain control, guys. What people witnessed was much less dire. A quirk of electricity just after 9 p.m. local time saw equipment at an electrical power plant in the Astoria neighborhood short circuit. And wasn't it a power plant in the Astoria neighborhood that short circuited that caused the blackout in 77? I'm not sure. There was no explosion or fire, contrary to early reports. But anyway, blue lights in the sky. Oh, is this the video? Let's look at the video if we can. So there is New York City, and there are the blue lights, look, from the electricity shorting out. Don't know if that's possible or plausible. But New York City, the epicenter of the pandemic, where they have an awful lot of tented hospitals, emergency hospitals, and tented morgues also, I've heard, have been put up in the park there. Are they preparing for a mass casualty event? Was this little thing back in 2018, these blue lights, part of Project BlueBeam? Were they testing it? Is what I'm saying. So let's go back to the news. Now, there isn't actually anything different since the last one, except for 50 bright blue beams illuminate the sky over Oahu to honor the first responders. This isn't anything to do with astronomical, but again, it's about putting blue lights in the sky. 2 weeks ago, strange blue lights appear in the skies across the world. It's starting to flood the internet, and I think we actually looked at this article in the last video, but we will just check it again just to point out these crazy blue lights in the sky. Is this a video? Let us play. No, it's not. Oh, it is playing. So again, there is the blue light up in the sky over London, I believe. Another major city, you know, all the sci-fi movies, not the psyops, all the sci-fi movies featuring alien invasions, V, Independence Day, they all descended over the major cities of the globe. So there's a blue light over Madrid, sorry, it was, we did see these before, but anyway, image engineering to light Baltimore sky to honor the healthcare workers, again, a little bit like Oahu. And is this again, sorry for the burp, is this again these blue beams and they're shining in the sky, are they all part of it? Again, Avon lights up the sky in support of frontline workers. Lining up the sky. It's all about lining up the sky, look in the sky. Things are going on in the sky, but most people are paying attention to the John Hopkins curve not flattening and being brainwashed and manipulated into believing there's a pandemic that's going to kill us all if we don't give up our freedoms, liberties, jobs, and stay inside and do exactly as we're told. Night worlds, enjoy watching the night sky in May. So May, yeah, there's a few things coming in May in the sky. So there you go, guys. There's a little bit about blue lights, nothing exactly groundbreaking or revelations to be had there. I just did want to put it this little segment in just to kind of demonstrate that there have been blue lights. Let's look at these pictures. There's not sure when these are from. This is what I'm saying. I think these were actually recently that some of these pictures were seen, and I think these were seen over Norway recently. These were the lights that they saw over Norway. I actually think one of these was used as the last thumbnail. So some more UFO spotted in Buckingham and Oxfordshire. That's from the Daily Express. England, Yorkshire, blue lights. There's the same blue lights. Now we know for sure. Mystery of the baffling blue lights. Gloucestershire. That's actually the county next to my home county of Wiltshire, where I was born in Swindon. So we see lots of these blue lights. New York Post here. They've been in on the COVID false information narrative being put out. So there you go, guys. Blue lights in the skies, UFO reportings, media showers. It's all going on above the skies. Is any of it real? Is it all part and preparation to a larger operation that we're going to see, Project BlueBeam, where they stage our alien stroke asteroid event? So that's pretty much it for this episode. We will go back to the studio just to conclude and finish up. And unless there's anything I think of between then and now, we'll see you at the Thrift Store studio. Okie dokie, guys. So this article come from a few weeks ago, May the 18th, I think, and this is in regard to the Brazilian crash. But days after this UFO crash in Brazil, a mysterious orb showed up above the village, pretty much over the site of the crash. So let's go in. There's a picture of the orb. Now this picture was taken from an aircraft. The video is in this article, but for some reason it won't play. I've tried a couple of times to play it and had to stop and start this video again, so I'll try and put the link in the description for you. But that is a picture of the orb, and I'm not sure if or not this is an enhanced picture of that orb, and you can kind of see there is some blue lightage going there. BlueBeam, folks. Anyway, a mysterious bright orb hovering above the village in Rio de Janeiro just days after an alleged alien UFO crash in the same area has sparked a social media frenzy. So there is the video that won't play. Footage of a bizarre UFO hovering above a village near Rio de Janeiro earlier this month has been released, sending social media into a meltdown. The footage taken on May 18th shows a bright white orb moving over a small village before appearing to vanish. The video was filmed just a few days after the alleged UFO crash that took place over Margé, Brazil. I think that's how we say it, Margé. If it isn't, forgive me. But anyway, it sparked online conspiracies about a cover-up. I did try and find some footage on the information on that UFO crash. I might try and find it out if I can, but I seem to have misplaced the link. But anyway, the new UFO footage filmed by Beatrice Venturini lasts for approximately 3 minutes and has already recorded thousands of views after being posted online. Many viewers linked the bizarre UFO sighting to the alleged UFO crash spotted over Margé, where the footage revealed a mysterious lights crashing in a nearby forest just north of Rio de Janeiro. One viewer remarked, "I saw a similar clip from what looks like the same area a couple of weeks ago, somewhere where it descends into the valley. Another remarked that the sighting was definitely connected to the UFO crash in Brazil. And there again is a picture of that orb. Not very clear, but that's all we're working with. That's all we've got. One skeptic pointed out that the UFO looks like the sun reflecting off something shiny. It's a little bit what Project Blue Book was about, trying to make people believe that it was an act of nature rather than extraterrestrial UFO activity. However, one skeptic, and there we go, we've already read that, we don't need to read it again. It's not a very well written article at all, but the point of the matter is the article is referencing a UFO sighting. Is this the implantation? You know, they're starting implanting the seeds of UFOs, getting us used to us. Is this why we're seeing more and more of these crashes and sightings? Because they want these to start getting onto social media, causing a frenzy. So when finally Project BlueBeam comes into effect, it's not so much of a shock, if you see what I'm trying to say. But also it is getting us very, very, very used to hearing about UFO sightings in the media, even if they're not made, front of the news list. And again, we are in the pandemic, the COVID-19, and that's all mainstream news are talking about and reporting about. Up until this week, where we did see some particularly disturbing scenes breaking out south of the border, and a little bit of toxicity in the air in Toronto yesterday during a Black Lives Matter rally. But anyway, these objects were spotted by residents in 4 towns of metropolitan areas across Rio. Again, there's the picture. SpaceX spotted on a suspected UFO spotted on Falcon 9's first stage return. A suspected UFO has been spotted on a SpaceX camera, and again, isn't that something to do with Elon Musk? SpaceX, that's what he's all about. That's his little project. He's the ones. It's the Skylink satellite train. So can we press play on that? I don't want to, because I've had no luck before, but I think we might have some of these a little bit later in the compilation. One witness, Andre Di Mauro, tweeted after the sighting, there are reports that something fell over there in the lake, but doesn't seem to be a satellite. UFO enthusiasts then shared a Google map link of a forest in Marseille that sparked claims of a Google Maps cover-up conspiracy. The satellite image revealed a white image glitch in a bizarre shape in a wooded area of just north of Rio de Janeiro. NASA explosion, SpaceX Starship explodes into fireball. That's just some reports and videos, clickbait there. And this is the aerial Google Map picture of the flashing light. Look, in and around the area where these people said they witnessed the event. UFO sighting, alien craft spotted outside Area 51. UFO expert claims, and there's a picture of it there. NASA on alert after dramatic footage captures unexpected meteor crash. So again, getting us used to things in the air. Is it going to be an alien invasion? Is it going to be a staged meteor shower with ordnance disguised as meteorites that would then explode upon impact, causing devastation? Who knows what they're going to do with the holographic UFOs when that comes into play? Well, I guess we'll have to wait and see. But the military and city council both claim there was no sign of an accident or crash in the area, like they would tell you if there was. Earlier this month, a mysterious bright orb was also spotted hovering above a secretive US military space base. The bizarre UFO was recorded flying over North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD. In Colorado, the UFO made a mysterious rumbling sound as it hovered and moved around the sky. And again, look, UFO sightings over, this is what we just were talking about. There's the Google Maps, and again, the Google Maps glowing object sparks UFO concerns. So that's all for that article. So let's get over into the next one. Okay, so please excuse the crudity of this. I'm kind of recording a video off of YouTube that was recording a phone, which could possibly suggest that maybe this footage isn't exactly legitimate. But this was what was supposedly the UFO crash in Brazil. So maybe I might try and edit the screen and crop this picture so we can get a closer image of this UFO crash in Brazil. So I think it's just on a loop, but as you can see, that is pretty disturbing.
That was real footage from the night of the incident. Let's go back to the
beginning. There you go.
What's
there's a couple of
YouTube? For those of you who are new, I use a robot voice because I had several strokes in 2019 that destroyed my speech. The robot allows me to continue doing what I love.
In the sky, so who knows if that's photoshopped or not. But this is part of this little bit of a video. But that was the video. I wanted to show this video because of the blue lights and the crash. I'm not sure if this is in the area around the crash site or not, or if this is some of the sightings that some of these Brazilians claim to have seen from a village around the
area. Here is the location in Brazil and what appears to be a metallic object. I am also going to add some discussions from Reddit in reference to the incident with UFO footage taken during the event. Some of the words may not come out right due to the transcribing, and I want you to hear word for word what was said. The UFO. Witnesses reported a bus-sized pan-lid-shaped object flying. Others saw a red light flying fast in the early hours of May 12, 2020. At least 4 helicopters were seen few moments later after the UFO flew over around Fregoso, Pau Grande, Raiz de Serra. Google Maps link to the areas in Mage County. Lights in the sky. A resident from Mage just posted a picture on Facebook regarding a red light in the sky at night, 7 p.m. local time. He said the light would blink for some time and then stops, also moving for a while. What is weird is that in the comments on that Facebook post there are people reporting the same lights in other locations around the country. Crash site. Imbel, Indústria de Material Bélico do Brasil equals Brazilian military material industry. Lots of people stated that it crashed near the territory of Imbel, Indústria de Material Bélico do Brasil equals Brazilian military material industry, which from that day on lots of gunshots and explosions have been heard from there, which is very unusual. Some said it's the anniversary of Imbel, which is not true, as the official opening date was on July 14, 1975, which is still 2 months away from it. A woman was there at the entrance of Imbel and saw people, maybe workers, from Imbel leaving the place and asked them about the UFO event. One of them nodded his head saying yes. The Google Maps UFO glitch in the area. Also some said that this glitch is related to the UFO, but the satellite images from 2019 and this guy went there by himself and found the roof has a shining material composite which reflected light. Funny that it has a saucer shape though. The trees. These new pictures have come up in the last hours of a tree apparently hit by something. This is near Imbel. It was posted on a Facebook UFO group in Brazil. A video from the trees was published right now from a Facebook UFO group. The location is in Imbel, but there isn't much information if those trees were in that condition before or after the UFO event. This guy, Romulo PQD on YouTube, read about the trees being hit by something, and recently he went paragliding over the area and he noticed that on the spot where those trees area, there is hole in the forest. As he said on his video uploaded on May 19th, it has around 3 meters in diameter and it caught his attention during his flight. He plans on going there with a friend and fly a drone over the area to get a clear shot of it. Residents said the UFO was going fast and straight towards the mountains. Maps screenshot, around Raiz de Serra, Maps location link, when it suddenly moved downwards, crashing somewhere in the forest. Also this guy said there were 4 helicopters chasing a red light in the sky. A local resident, Romulo PQD on YouTube, has just uploaded to YouTube of him paragliding around the area. Interesting to see how it is from the top. Everyone needs answers. Locals at Mage. Romulo PQD, YouTube channel. This guy is doing an incredible job by going after answers about the incident. He took his motorcycle and went around asking everyone about the UFO event, and crash site lots reported the event taking place at Imbel. and also went after the Google Maps UFO glitch satellite image by himself to prove it was just a reflection video of him going there from a roof's house in the woods. Os Desesperados Mage YouTube channel. A group of friends from Mage went to Imbil at the day after the incident vlog to look for answers as well. They went further and asked the security guards at the gates, but none of them were able to tell what happened. Danny Braga and her husband. This woman went on a live stream with her husband on a motorcycle on Facebook the day after the incident, and a lady on the video said she witnessed at 6:30 a.m. a huge fast light and multiple helicopters going by after. Also, the last guy by the end of the video was interviewed by a national broadcast channel, and here on this video he said there were lots of police vehicles near Imbil. He also said the light was going fast and made a sudden curve down towards the forest where it made a huge sound like others said. Also, it is very unusual to have explosions on that level at Imbil. Locals have reported there were some power cut and cell phone towers going dark for a short period of time there during the explosions. Contato Ovni Ufologia YouTube channel. Great video on these UFO guys going around the area to look for answers. Make sure to enable auto translation to English on YouTube. Thanks you/Ian Denion. Looking at the comments section on this video, a user reported seeing a white van taking some Americans into Imbil. Whether this is true or not, it's something to keep an eye. Ademar Jose Javerde, Brazilian ufologist. Here in Brazil there's this ufologist called Ademar Jose Javerde, Wikipedia bio. He is widely known to do intense research when it comes to UFO, traveling around the country and the world for his studies. Also, he created the UFO magazine, Revista UFO, sold nationwide in Brazil, and he has been on History Channel and Discovery Channel's TV programs. He is also the national director for Brazil and MUFON. Few days ago on his YouTube channel he was live on YouTube. Make sure to enable auto-translated captions to English, talking about Mage's UFO case. And the weird thing is that he is saying it is all fake, nothing happened there, and these are all just rumors. In my opinion, for him to say something like that means he was told to keep his mouth shut about it. Death of a worker at Imbil, May 18, 2020. A worker from Imbil has died today, May 18, 2020. A death note has just been released at Imbil's website. Link to webpage. His name is Vitor Caldas Silva. Rest in peace, Vitor. As stated on the death note, it occurred this morning at the explosives test area. Here is the translation. Death note. Deeply dismayed, Imbil regrets informing on this date the death of the employee Vitor Caldas Silva, victim of an accident that occurred this morning at the explosives testing area at Fábrica de Estrela in Mage, Rio de Janeiro. As a consequence, the immediate halt of that production unit was determined, the adoption of urgent measures to determine the cause and the implementation of legal measures arising from the incident. Imbil is providing assistance and support to the Vitor's family. Brasilia, DF, May 18, 2020. Aderico Visconti Party Mattioli, Director and CEO of Imbil. Hopefully we might get a statement of what were they experimenting there. The army is there. I've been following some Facebook groups on the subject, and luckily residents are there reporting what is happening at the moment. Most said, Facebook post in Portuguese, there are lots of helicopters and airplanes flying, Facebook post in Portuguese, around the area, but weirdly no one saw military on the ground, barriers or anything, as this woman took her car and drove around trying to find anything. On Flight Radar 24 website it is clear that some military aircraft are in the area. These are those with tracking enabled. This guy posted a video today, May 16th, on the road near the city of Pau Grande, close to the incident, and on his video you can see 2 military helicopters. The guy is just talking about it. New video of a helicopter hovering over the forest. Thanks you/Sfigo. I will edit this post with updates. I'm Brazilian and I love this subject. If there are any other Brazilians here as well with some news, please post here so we can keep our foreigners and Reddit users updated on this. This is something huge. Sorry about any typos, I'm typing this from my phone. Military helicopters. This guy posted a video today, May 16th, on the road near the city of Pau Grande, close to the incident, and on his video you can see 2 military helicopters. The guy is just talking about it. New video of a helicopter hovering over the forest. Thanks you/Sfigo. UFO. This picture has been going around on social media about the UFO. Cannot say anything about it whether it is true or not, but it's something. I'll keep an eye on it. Thanks to you/Leethlad. ArDeToo. Crash site. A local resident has just uploaded to YouTube of him flying around the area. Interesting to see how it is from the top. Edit 3. Translated videos. Done it by myself of this lady right in front of Imbil with lots of people around being curious about it. Added 4. Crash site. These new pictures have come up in the last hours of a tree apparently hit by something. This is near Imbil. It was posted on a Facebook UFO group in Brazil. Added 5. Crash site. A video from the trees was published right now from a Facebook UFO group. The location is in Imbil, but there isn't much information if those trees were in that condition before or after the UFO event. Added 6. Everyone needs answers. Great video on these UFO guys going around the area to look for answers. Make sure to enable auto translation to English on YouTube. Thanks you/Ian Denion. Looking at the comments section on this video, a user reported seeing a white van taking some American.
Okie dokie, so that was some stuff about the Brazilian UFO crash. So sorry if that was a little bit weird to listen to with that voice recording, but that was a video that I managed to find out about that event, and that was a transcribed comment section, I guess, that was on a video that was comments on the video that was uploaded about the UFO crash out there in Brazil. So that was some interesting stuff. So anyway, back here today, the 31st of May, as it is right now. This was the article, so I'm getting some notifications there. Let's turn those off. That way they won't be popping. So anyway, as I said, 31st of May, this is the day I'm actually recording it, time of recording. This came out just this morning. SpaceX launch mystery. Multiple UFO sightings during NASA live stream. Social media frenzy. So I'm thinking there are some pictures. Can't really tell that well. There is a video. Whether or not we'll get any luck playing that, we will see. But multiple mysterious UFOs were spotted during the historic SpaceX launch of 2 NASA astronauts to the International Space Station. So again, guys, you know, UFO. A week doesn't go by when there isn't a UFO reporting or a newsworthy article. Sadly, these newsworthy UFO sighting and articles aren't newsworthy enough to get the attention, the psyop that is the COVID-19 scammed pandemic. They need all the airtime they can to keep the mind control over the masses that are buying into it. But anyway, we read that part. This is the video. It was playing a second ago. Oh, we got no sound, that's why.
Already almost 200 miles downrange from the Kennedy Space Center. Nominal trajectory continuing.
There you go, that was it. Could you see the little dot? I don't know if we're going to see it again. Yeah, there we go. That was the mysterious. So not really exactly anything very exciting, but the point of the matter is, it's another report, it's another article on UFOs, and it's connected to SpaceX, which is Elon Musk's project, I believe. Correct me if I am wrong. But he's also got these satellites that are up Skynet. Again, this is stuff I've covered in the first 2 videos, so I don't want to get too far in this. But this was just today, May 31st. I found this out when I started trying to put this video together. I'm like, oh my goodness, it doesn't, another week doesn't go by when there isn't a UFO, but it isn't getting the attention. And is all of this, as I said, keep repeating myself, part of is the COVID cover-up, not just the implications and implementation rather of the New World Order's dystopian totalitarianism. Is it just a smokescreen? Because these guys are getting ready for Project BlueBeam. Are some of these things experimentations? Are they test runs, dummy run? Are they practicing if it works or not out in remote areas? And sometimes maybe you get a failure when you experiment. So, you know, is this what some of these sightings are, or is it, you know, part and parcel of the future psyop that's going to take place of this psyop when we get to see Project BlueBeam? But the multiple mysterious UFOs were spotted by viewers of SpaceX live stream as the Falcon 9 rocket took 2 NASA astronauts into space. space. And again, there's a lot of suspicion or suspect or false along the lines that maybe that NASA isn't real and the whole ISS space station, it's like on Earth and it's just special effects and stuff that they're streaming live from. So, you know, is it part? Is that fake? Is this report fake? Is it just part and parcel of getting us used to the UFOs and preparing us for the fake alien invasion, guys? As you can see, there's quite a lot of UFO footage, reports and articles. We are going to look at some of them, maybe not all of them, in a second. But UFO sightings come during a successful, high anticipated SpaceX launch of NASA astronauts Elon Musk, Donald Trump and Mike Pence all washed on in Florida to mark the first time since 2011 that humans have blasted off from US soil. Interesting, they say US soil. Maybe they've blasted off from other soils. I'm not sure if Russia or China or anyone else has put men into orbit, but interesting, they said on American soil. Maybe Antarctica. Who knows? However, during the live video feed streamed from the rocket itself, several bizarre flying objects were spotted hovering above Earth. And I think there's a picture of them. I can't really see, and I'm not sure what that thing is there. If that's on the window or not. It looks like a soda can ring pool to me. Maybe they put that in to make it look like they were floating around in space to add to the realism. Oh, yeah, it's just real soda can. Pool rings float around up here in SpaceX. Viewers remarked that there were several moving objects seen while watching the live stream. One viewer questioned, how are they going to explain all of these now? Another said, I saw two events similar to this one when I saw it live that seemed even more conspicuous than this example. Glad others noticed too. In one video, a bizarre orb can be seen underneath the rocket moving across the Earth at a rapid pace. I'm guessing that is the rocket there getting launched. And that's the Brazil from UFO, from the Brazilian UFO we just looked at. In another clip, it's strange that they link you to that in this one, right? They want you to keep reading about UFOs, guys. In another strange clip, a UFO was recorded seeming to leave Earth and more deeper into space before vanishing. A third viewer said, after the launch of SpaceX Falcon 9 crew demo, an object from Earth to space is rapidly launched in the 14th minute of a stream. This is a UFO, a space junk, or a rocket-owned piece. I don't know what that's all about. However, skeptics, as always, those damn skeptics, we would have gone away with it if it wasn't for those pesky meddling skeptics, dismissed the UFO frenzy, claiming that all of the flying objects may have been debris from the rocket or space junk. Is that a picture of them going off into space? Look at their new snazzy uniforms. Look a little bit like the New Order. Not the New Order, what do they call it? The First Order in Star Wars. They revamped the Stormtrooper costumes, and gotta admit, they look very similar to me. Is that everything? The successful launch comes after the first attempt was cancelled on Wednesday, just minutes before blastoff. Following the launch, SpaceX founder Elon Musk said he was overcome with emotion after his company successfully launched astronauts into space. He's in on it, right, guys? He's where they're putting the astronauts. Maybe they're going up to do a little bit of tinkering on his satellites to make sure the cameras and the holographic technology works properly. He said, I'm really quite overcome with emotion on this day. So is it the kind of hard to talk frankly? It's been 18 years working towards this goal. It's hard to believe that it's happened. The successful launch comes just hours after one of SpaceX's Starship prototype rockets dramatically exploded enough to a fireball at the company's test site in Texas. I'm so lucky that one didn't. The second one, that would have been a little bit of a dent to the profits, I'm sure. The huge rocket, which is designed to carry humans and 100 tons of cargo to Moon and Mars, was undergoing tests when the explosion took place. 100 tons to Mars. What are they taking up there? So that is pretty much that article. Let's get on to the next. Okay, so we're not going to be looking at every single one of these, but UFO sightings May 2020 is what I put into the Google search. And newly released incident, that's the Pentagon stuff a couple of weeks ago. That was one we want to look at. The laser creates plasma UFOs. Interesting. Pentagon disclosure. So let's just scoop across these. You can see Navy UFO footage, US military footage, and we are coming back to US and Navy lasers in a second. Navy reports describe expert encounters with unexplained flying objects May 14th. May 7th, compilation of UFOs so far in 2020. We got a little bit of that going on in a while, actually, so stick around for that. The non-coronavirus stories you may have missed. The Pentagon has released footages of, and this is what we're saying, is the coronavirus a smoke stream while they put in all this stuff in place to carry out Project BlueBeam, the staged fake holographic alien invasion? And again, the UFO, the Pentagon stuff. Vox.com. So as you see there, quite a few just looking on the back. Let's come and have a look at this one. So UFO, this was in Forbes, and this is just recently, May the 11th, a few weeks back. US Navy laser creates plasma UFOs. Interesting, right? This is why we've got to read this one. This is the visual target signature, I don't know, and I guess they project some. The point of this is that they kind of fire out this plasma UFO, that then if there's heat-seeking missiles, they hit the plasma, not the aircraft. But they can shoot plasma UFOs. If they can shoot plasma UFOs, maybe they could shoot holographic UFOs. See what I'm saying? See where we're going? So IR homing missile. So that's some little drawings, I guess, sketches to kind of illustrate what they're talking about. So anyway, the US Navy has patented, it's patented, so maybe we should look at the patent list, although I'm not going to, because this video could be a little bit too long for people to watch otherwise. But anyway, if you want to go and look into that yourself, go ahead, knock yourself out, put it in the comments below if you do find out it has indeed been patented, or if it hasn't, if that's false. It's a little bit of homework for you if you want. But anyway, they have patented a technology to create mid-air images, folks, to fool infrared and other sensors, maybe fool the public below watching what's going on in the sky, if you will. This builds on many years, and again, this isn't like recent. They didn't just start doing this a couple of weeks ago and then all of a sudden, oh yeah, we figured it out, we'll get a patent for that. This is years of laser plasma research, and again, Project BlueBeam goes back to the early 90s. And even before that, there was talks of a holographic alien invasion. It was indeed H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds novel back in the 1800s, the first seeding of that. UFOs might be coming to invade us one day. And of course, UFOs, they were used the War of the Worlds narrative in a dramatization hosted by Orson Welles back in the 50s, part of a psychological operation experiment using mainstream media, which was radio at the time. But again, introducing the public to the idea of a UFO invasion, and during that dramatization, they kind of played it out in real time with news broadcasts and stuff like that, suggesting that they were seeing the sights and goings on in real time. But anyway, years and years of raw project have plasma research and offers has been put into this project, and this offers a game-changing method of protecting aircraft from heat-seeking missiles. It may also provide a clue about the sources of some recent UFO sightings. So again, are they trying to? It's all connected, guys. It all connected is what I'm saying. So is these plasma things, is this the reason for the UFO sightings? And is this because they're experimenting in getting ready to put Project BlueBeam into production? They had a few glitches the last time they put a false flag psychological operation in live TV, which was 9/11, and some of the CGI and graphics and stuff that they were using to kind of give the illusion that planes were hitting the building kind of give them away, made it look, you know, they didn't get their CGI and their graphics right on the time, so that's why they're probably putting a lot of time and effort into this. You can't really practice that many times crashing planes into buildings using holographic technology, and was, you know, 9/11 itself a little bit of a dummy run in use of this technology. But anyway, the US developed this first Sidewinder heat-seeking missile back in the 50s, and the latest AIM-9X version is still in frontline service around the world. This type of sensor works so well because hot jet engines exhaust shine out like beacons in the infrared, making them easy targets. Pilots under attack can eject decoy flares and lure the missiles away from the launch aircraft, but these only provide a few seconds protection. More recently, laser infrared countermeasures have fielded which dazzle the infrared seeker. Sufficiently intense laser pulse can ionize, producing a burst of glowing plasma. The laser-induced plasma effect program uses plasma bursts as flashbang stun grenades. A rapid series of such pulses can even be modulated to transmit a spoken message. Video here. In 2011, Japanese company Burton Inc. demonstrated a rudimentary system that created moving 3D images in mid-air with a series of rapidly generated plasma dots. Video here. Okay, so that was that video of, sorry about that little bit of glitch and stuff, maybe I'll put a picture over there to protect you. But anyway, let's look at this one. This was the spoken message. Now, the reason we're going to look at this one is because the spoken message was something that back in the Gulf War they were going to try and use like Islamic prophecies and use it as they were going to pretend it was Allah's voice, and they were going to try and project an angry image of Allah in the into the sky above Baghdad, kind of forcing the Iraqis to give up and surrender. Talking lasers in endless flash gabangs. Pentagon develops plasma tech. Don't know if that guy's talking about it or not, and what he's up to, if that's an ad. I think that's an ad. Let's go back anyway. Can't get rid of that. So, sorry about that. So anyway, that'd have been interesting to listen to, but maybe, like I say, I'll start putting the links in the description, or maybe, you know, you've got the website right there, you can look it up yourself, just like I did. You got to sometimes do a little bit of research for yourself. You can't always be spoon-fed the information. Sometimes it helps you to kind of understand as well if you do a little bit of research your own. But anyway, they have the ability to transmit lasers into spoken messages, and again, could they use this to maybe transmit some kind of UFO message, right? And then you see this from 2011. And then in 10 years ago, they've got the ability to put 3D images that move in the air, right? We're using plasma dots. Just saw that one. So anyway, a more sophisticated approach uses an intense, ultra-short, self-focusing laser pulse to create a glowing filament or channel of plasma, an effect discovered in the 1990s known as laser-induced plasma filaments, LIPF. These can be created at some distance from a laser, or a laser for tens or hundreds of meters, because the LIPFs conduct electricity. They have been investigated as means of triggering lightning or creating a lightning gun. Interesting, creating a lightning gun. Is that a picture of the lightning gun there? Not sure. One of the interesting things about LIPFs is that with suitable training, they can emit light of any wavelength, visible, infrared, ultraviolet, or even terahertz waves. This technology underlines the Navy project, which uses LIPFs to create phantom images with infrared emissions to full heat-seeking missiles. The phantom images, guys, the phantom images. Maybe that's what we call this video. COVID-19 cover-up, Project BlueBeam, phantom images. Brilliant. There we go. Didn't have the title at the beginning, said we'd figure it out before the end. Phantom images. Anyway, the Navy declined to discuss the project. Surprise, surprise. But the work is described in a 2018 patent, and we can click on the patent there. I'm not going to do it because it's going to come. Yeah, let's do it. Fuck it. We'll come back. I guess there it is. There is the patent for it. What does the patent do? A system, a method for laser-induced plasma, infrared homing missiles, countermeasures assigned to the United States government, is available for licensing for commercial purposes. Licensing, technical inquiries, background of it. The plasma emission spectra covers a wide electromagnetic spectrum from infrared to visible vis, ultraviolet region by fine-tuning interaction parameters, e.g. laser wavelength, laser temporal and spatial. Is that spatial? I can't read that word. Pulse profile and etc. It is possible to maximize the radiating power for a dedicated electromagnetic spectrum. So I'm not going to read them all. You know the drill. If you want to do that, you can stop and pause. Let's just get us. It's a pretty long article. That's why I don't want to read it all. But as I said, if you want to, you can stop and pause this and read it for yourself. So we just get to the bottom. But you can see this is patented technology. They have the ability to shoot laser plasma UFOs. We almost there yet? See, told you it's long. There's no way I was going to read all of that. And there are some similar documents of other things that have been patented. Laser initiated non-linear fuel droplet ignition. Orion clearing near Earth space debris using a 20 kW Earth-based. So you see what I mean? They're shooting lasers up into space. They've got patents to shoot lasers up into space, or maybe shoot lasers down from space. And there's a few more examples of patents for similar technology. Laser beam sources for directional infrared countermeasures, weapon system, guys. I'm kind of glad we did open this now. It took us down a new little path of discovery. But as you can see, guys, lots and lots of patents for technology way back 2002, 2005, 2004, 1973. Lots and lots and lots. So there you go. That is, I think, almost at the bottom of this article. Goes on and on and on, just like the song that never ends. Let's go back to the article we were looking at originally. The patent goes on to explain the laser creates a series of mid-air plasma columns which form a 2D or 3D image. this is where they could project the 3D UFO images, guys, with this technology. And maybe the helicopters in Brazil were shooting these out, and that's what they were chasing. By a process of raster scanning. Raster, similar to the way old-style cathode ray TV sets display a picture, so kind of displaying real-time TV imagery into the air without the ability or the need to have the TV to project the imagery on. Basically is what that is all about, guys. A single decoy halves the chance of an incoming missile picking the right target. There's no reason to stop at one. They can't be multiple laser system, they can shoot multiple projected UFOs at once, guys, at the back of an air vehicle, each laser system generating a ghost image, such that there would be read for yourself. So it would appear to be multiple air vehicles present, guys. Tell me I'm not barking up the wrong tree with this, thinking this is all part and parcel of Project BlueBeam, guys, and the staged alien event is only a matter of time away. So unlike flares, the LIPF decoy can be created instantly at any desired distance from the aircraft and can be moved around at will. They can just control them in the air at will, guys, from any distance. Equally important, it moves with the aircraft rather than dropping away rapidly like a flare, providing protection for long as needed. It's all about protection, guys. Remember, they try and keep us safe, and keeping us safe is how we kind of give up our rights. So trying to protect the aircraft and try and convince us that that's what this laser takes, just to protect the aircraft, nothing to worry about. You know, we wouldn't dream of using this to project UFOs or godlike figures into the air, and then use the same technology to transmit frequency and words into sound, so you could listen to them. We'd never do anything like that, but we just want to keep our planes protected. That's what we want to do, because I mean, people are shooting heat seeking. I'm not saying it doesn't happen in conflict, but it's not exactly like something that's happened every single day. Why do they suddenly need all this technology and protection for fighter planes anyway? Right? Is this part of it? You know, are we going to see dogfights, and are they going to use this tech? Oh, it's lucky we've got that hologram. We can fight off the aliens with our holographic technology. Are they staging the space battle, guys? Are they getting ready for real, like Star Wars on Earth? I'm actually going to probably do a fiction decoded tie-in with the Project BlueBeam video, and look at some of the sort of fictitious pieces of, you know, movies, literature, etc., yada yada, whoop-de-woo, ray-tay-tay, that would also, you know, be part of the seeding and the plantation and the predictive programming possibly. But some fiction decoded videos are something I have up my sleeve. What is this? The aircraft carrying the laser projector could also project decoys to cover other targets. The potential applications of this LIP flare decoy can be expanded, such as using a helicopter. Just talked about the helicopters in Brazil using this technology, but using a helicopter deploying flares to protect a battleship, or using this method to cover and protect a whole battleground of ships, a military base, or an entire city. So look what they're saying, guys. They could use this to project holographic images over an entire city. Just what they want to do with Project BlueBeam. They have the technology patented to do this, guys. A lead researcher in the patent is Alexandru Henning. A 2017 piece in the Navy's own IT magazine said Dr. Henning has been working on a laser-induced plasma at space and naval warfare systems since 2012. Years in the making, guys. Production this big is got to be years in the making, and it will have a cast of thousands, as well as all the special effects and lights, and probably a rocking soundtrack also. Maybe they get Aerosmith. If you have a very short pulse, you can generate a filament, and in the air you can propagate for hundreds of meters, and maybe with the next generation of lead lasers you could produce a filament of even a mile, so you can be a mile away and project this shit, guys. Dr. Henning told a magazine indicating that it should be possible to create phantoms at considerable distance, guys. Phantom images. Project BlueBeam. COVID cover-up. Phantom aircraft that can move around at high speed and appear on thermal imagers may ring some bells. After months of debate, in April, the Navy officially released infrared videos of UFOs encountered by their pilots, although the Pentagon prefers to call them unidentified aerial phenomena. The objects in the videos appear to make sudden movements impossible for physical aircraft, rotate mid-air and zip along at phenomenal speed. All maneuvers which would be easy to reproduce with phantom projected images. Can't make this shit up, guys, but they can. It's unlikely the Pentagon would release videos of their own secret weapon in a bizarre double bluff, but other nations may have their own version. In the early 1990s, the Russians claimed that they could produce glowing plasmoids at high altitude using high-power microwave or laser beams. These were intended to disrupt the flight of ballistic missiles, an answer to the planned American Star Wars. Mentioned Ronald Reagan in his speech a little in the second episode of this Project BlueBeam series. In his speech about what if we faced the threat from out of this world, would we all come together and put aside our differences to face that threat together? And this is what Project BlueBeam is. BlueBeam is, would it be the order out of chaos with all the COVID, all the race-related violence and protests and looting and stuff going on south of the border in the United States, while all this chaos is going on, while Earth is burning, while we're about to destroy ourselves? Is this the time they're going to drop the UFO bomb on us? But anyway, they said they can do this back in the 90s. The Star Wars project, again, that was a laser system that they were talking about under the Reagan administration when they were planning to put lasers into space to shoot down the nukes before they reached any targets. But the technology key may have been refined for other applications in the subsequent decades. Technology may have been refined for other applications. Don't tell you what those other applications or what they were refining it for in order to use those for other applications. See, guys, what I'm telling you, they're using this ship for some weaponry, not to protect the ships. They are using this to fool us. Heat-seeking missiles will no doubt evolve ways to distinguish the plasma ghosts from real jets, leading to further refinement of the decoy technology and so on. Whether humans also get smart enough to recognize such fakes seems to be seen. See, whether we realize that the fakes, the alien invasion will be faked, remains to be seen. They're letting us know, guys. And this is Forbes magazine, not some fucking tinfoil hat publication. I'm not saying Forbes is a reputable organization. I'm just saying they are recognizable. They are very worldly known, and I kind of guess they've won awards and stuff. Not that those awards are really worth anything in the day and age of fake news, but Forbes is a leading publication, and this is why this story is running in a feed leading publication, is because they want you to read this, and they're letting you know there whether humans will be smart enough to recognize it remains to be seen. Trying to fool us. So that's it, I think. Best to know. Oh, this is something interesting. Remember I did my DARPA murder hornet video a little while ago? The alien, not the alien, the insect allies and their insect drone technology. Best known for swarm troopers, how small drones will conquer the world, and I'm interested in cutting-edge military technology in general and unmanned systems. Are these drones, these microscopic drones, are they going to play a part? Are the UFOs going to drop swarms of UFO insect robots on their planet? You know what I'm saying, guys? We don't know. We can't rule anything out. But this is just to get the best Forbes. You've got to kind of follow that guy at Twitter. That's an advertisement. So that's that on Forbes. Vox, it's time to take the UFOs seriously. There's a kind of quirky little picture, I'm guessing that's it. Roswell Alien Area 51 Base Camp, and this is just about the UFO Pentagon picture stories that we've already seen in a previous video. The second one, I believe, but if you want to stop and pause, you can. I'm not going to read it all for you. And TEDx mentioned in the article there. Look, you may have noticed E.T., another movie, predictive programming, and a UFO come to Earth and befriended 10-year-old Elliot and hung out with him and his brother and his sister Gertie, played by Drew Barrymore, and then a dramatic BMX chase through deserted areas, and then a bike ride where they flew across the forest, managed to get E.T. back to the mothership, but it was governmental agencies that were out after the kids, trying to hunt them down, and even were willing to shoot the kids to get E.T. And that was edited out in the reboot, in the 20-year anniversary, I believe. But anyway, a little bit about E.T. thrown in there, one of those movies planting the seeds of UFO invasions or UFOs visiting Earth. So there you go. We'll just go down to the bottom if you want to. You can pause it and read for yourself. But as I said, we've already covered that in a previous video. Before, again, another long article. We read every single one. We'd be here for days, but just wanted you to see that about the UFOs on how many there are. See, this is a very long article, man. It goes on forever. So, as I said, if you can pause it and read it, you can feel free to do so. God, you know what? Let's just fucking. Okay, so we're back to Google now, the search for the 2020 UFO sightings. So let's just go over to the news section, and you can see, look, 5 days ago, aliens have likely visit Tayside and Fife. This is from the United Kingdom. The Navy says UFOs are real. 6 days ago, are they little green people? US Navy releases reports 2 weeks ago detailing encounters with UFOs. That's the Pentagon. Forbes again upon it. New UFO. Navy releases UFO videos. AI self-driving cars might solve these mysteries. Don't sure how self-driving cars with AI will solve UFO mysteries. I don't know. US military published 3 UFO videos. Why doesn't anyone seem to care? Because they're not being made aware of it more. The laser cannons, we just read that. Colombia witnesses shape-changing UFO in broad daylight. That was 3 weeks ago. Let's have a quick look at that one. India TV. Video. Colombia witnesses a shape-changing UFO in broad daylight. A YouTuber shared a video last week in which he claimed that a shape-shifting UFO had been spotted in the Colombian sky. Later, this same video was shared by a prominent conspiracy theorist, Scott Waring. Not sure if that's a picture of it. Or it is. Is that the shape-changing UFO over Colombia? In broad daylight. Or is that just a clickbait picture? Colombia is one country which is very popular for UFO sightings. As per reports, the country witnessed other mysterious sightings in broad daylight. Recently, in Colombia's capital, Bogota, it is believed that an unusual UFO, I mean, all UFOs unusual, but anyway, was spotted. A YouTuber shared a video last week in which he claimed that the shape-shifting UFO had been spotted over the Colombian sky, and again, it was shared by somebody else. And there's a full article here. Let's see if we can get. Okay, so that was that video. Earlier there have been many instances of UFO sightings in Colombia. In April first week, a YouTuber uploaded a video that showed floating in the air. This sighting too was spotted in the capital Bogota again, and in broad daylight. So there's another video caught in broad daylight over Bogota.
Ovnis en Bogotá, me encanta, qué carajos es, no sé. Pero miren cómo se ven. Blancos. Ush. Y la gente está viendo. Pero ya están. Ahí están, mira. Punticos, vea, punticos. Ya. Avistamiento en Bogotá. Y que yo siempre quería ver eso. ¿Qué crees que sea, Eric?
Que yo no sé, pero...
No sé, pero tengo fe. Uy.
So there you go. That was the other one. 2 sightings in broad daylight. While many netizens accepted that the sightings are UFOs, many others contended that it was Photoshop. Many also called it a morphed video. In February, YouTube channel UFO Mania shared a TikTok video showing what looked like to be a mysterious cube gliding down through the clouds near a commercial aircraft that was flying over the Colombian city of Medellin. So that was that one. And I just wanted to come back up to the one in England, because as I said, they did, the Ministry of Defence did release quite a lot of documents on classified UFO sightings from the 50s to the 70s, and that is from Close Encounters of the Third Kind, another one movie in which they staged a large toxic or chemical leak, I think, or maybe a nuclear reactor leak, I can't remember it sure, but they staged an event, sprayed the area with chemicals. It put all the livestock to sleep to kind of convince that the populace of the area that they needed to clear it in order so no one would see the UFO mothership coming in to communicate with Earth. So they staged a kind of fake event, which meant that the area had to be evacuated. Once evacuated, everyone outside, the UFOs come in. Classic movie. One, the US Department of Defense released, and let's see, all about the US Department of Defense and their 3 declassified videos, just like the 3 videos on 9/11. The videos, which already leaked in 2007 and 2017, included a 2004 clip. Yeah, we know all about these shots over the... that we've seen. They've been all over the internet and all over these articles already. Renowned Scottish amateur UFO investigator Malcolm Robinson has extensively researched for thousands of cases over the past 40 years, including numerous cases in Tayside and Fife. He says 95% of UFO sightings are explainable by natural, unidentifiable solutions. However, the self-confessed former UFO skeptic puts these American military videos firmly in the 5% unexplained category. He stands now that long-held view that non-human intelligence has proudly been visiting Earth for hundreds, if not thousands of years. What's surprising is when you look at the US military footage, it's that it involved a rather large military exercising involving USS Nymphs. The pilots clearly don't know what they're looking at, and the speed these things are moving, around 2,400 miles per hour, is staggering, says Mr. Robinson. Is that a picture of him? Hello, I'm Mr. Robinson, the UFO expert. That's my terrible Scottish accent. The first possibility, it's America-owned black budget technology being tested. Yeah, you know, just like the laser plasma bolts that they can shoot. And these film clips were released simply as a way of distraction. The US government and the military would be happy for all these lights to be masquerading as UFOs like a smokescreen, knowing full well the video is going to come out. Let's not forget that the stealth bomber was flying in America for 10 years before the American military finally put their hands up and said, yep, it's ours. This had already given the rise at the time to many false UFO reports. The other possibility is that these truly are UFOs, because similar things have been seen flying over the skies for millennia, right through recorded history. These are all the implantations of the seeds. These craft have been described as superior by any Earth-based technology. It's like tossing a coin, I guess. If you weigh up the options and you don't, you decide what you feel is right. Sorry about that. There is, I guess, the jets that were once classified. And actually, RAF Fairford in Gloucester is not far from where I grew up. I've actually been to RAF Fairford many times. I actually have a cap from there, from the International ArDeToo. But anyway, I diverse. But if you want to know what I truly think it was black budget technology, and it's kind of what we're saying is this black budget technology, what is being used is this experimentation for Project BlueBeam. Is that what it's all about? The immense speed and maneuverability of these objects suggests to me that we managed to capture something very, very mysterious on film, and I'm just thankful that we have that in our public domain. Mr. Robinson, now a 63-year-old East Sussex-based newspaper advertising executive, was always interested in strange phenomena growing up in Tullibody, Clackmannanshire. That's a fucking mouthful, and I'm from the United Kingdom, but Scotland is a different place altogether, a little bit like Canada is to America. Same land, very different place. In 79, he decided to start his own groups, Strange Phenomena. 1992, he became one of the main investigators in the Boney Bridge Triangle, multiple UFO sightings, working with counsellor Bill Buchanan. I guess that might be a video there. I'm not going to watch it. As I said, this is getting a little bit long. There's some photographs. Now we are nearly at the bottom of this, but anyway, let's finish up. Throughout history, humankind has always had the desire to learn more about the paranormal, but while investigates reports by good, honest people over the years, Malcolm Robinson has also got to keep in mind he's dealing with human beings and will always look for rational explanation first. For example, were they drunk or hallucinating? It's also been suggested that a film and TV can influence people, just like War of the Worlds, what they think they've seen back in there. Would that be a good thumbnail? Let me do that. Let's download that image. We can thumbnail that somehow. Alright, so that was a little bit about some recent UFO news and articles that are in the headlines. And as I said, quite a lot. Take your pick. And you can go on for page and page and page. Okay, so this is the RAF MOD, Ministry of Defence, the UK's kind of Pentagon, I guess, kind of setup type deal. But anyway, the British X-Files of UFO sightings is going public, and that was from the February the 4th, 2020. February the 5th, X-Files UK to unravel secrets of Churchill era to present day on UFO sightings. RAF January the 27th, look, RAF's X-Files of reported UFO sightings over Britain to be released. So they're in on it. The Pentagon and the Ministry of Defence in the UK are releasing reports on UFO sightings, and you can see nearly all of them are this year, January the 30th, January and February, late January, early February. There were a lot of reports on these, but we'll go to, where is it? Oh, it's gone now. I think you might have to go back. No, we don't. No. Okie dokie. So we're probably not going to look at any of these articles, maybe pick out one. And this is just a little example. So the RAF, the Royal Air Force, and the MOD, the Ministry of Defence, they are the United Kingdom's, the military Air Force, and the Ministry of Defence is kind of like the Pentagon, I guess. But you can see here, around about February, January, they were all up in releasing the British X-Files UK to unravel secrets of Churchill era to present day on UFO sightings going public. The Sun, UFO sightings over Britain to be released for the first time. RAF X-Files are reported UFO sightings to be published for the first time. So a lot of repetition of this, a lot of the publications putting out their spin on this announcement that the Ministry of Defence are going to release something like 50 years, and it says right there, look, 50 years worth of UFO sightings. There you go, all it is, keep going down, down, down. RAF unit to publish its most recent sightings. So which one should we pick on? Which one's got a cool looking picture? That one. Let's just go with the first one. Why not? So anyway, the British X-Files of UFO sightings is going public. The UK's Ministry of Defence will publish secret UFOs for the first time. Actually, that might even be a better thumbnail. I can take my pick later. But anyway, yeah, that is a much better one. From the early 1950s until 2009, a department in the United Kingdom's Ministry of Defence, MOD, documented and investigated reports of UFOs now more than a decade after the program ended. Ended, right? Many of those formerly classified files about UFO sightings will be made available to the public for the first time. Getting the public ready and used to the idea of UFOs, guys. Once they're used to it, then it's going to be more believable when the fake invasion comes. That one's for you, baby P. Previously, some Ministry of Defence files about UFOs have been published online at the UK National Archives website. However, all of the agency's UFO reports will be released this year on a dedicated Government UK page, and that was recently released very recently, a couple of weeks, I believe, after the Pentagon, in collaboration, in cahoots perhaps, getting the British public used to it, the UFO idea, just as much as the Pentagon's getting the American public used to the idea of UFOs. But the decision come after PA Media, British News Agency, filed a request for the UFO files under the Freedom of Information Act, according to the Telegraph. The Telegraph is a newspaper publication, in case you were wondering. MOD officials decided it would be better to publish these records rather than continue sending the documents to the National Archives, because it's better to publish them because we need the public to get used to this idea. Far Out Facts about Area 51, if you want a related article. Again, keeping the narrative, keeping you in tune with the UFO agenda. The UK's fascination with UFOs spiked around the 50s, prompting the MOD to form the Flying Saucer Working Party to address the phenomenon. According to the UK National Archives, UFOs in the early 50s even captured the attention of Prime Minister Winston Churchill, who sent a memo to his Air Minister in 52 asking, what does all this stuff about flying saucers amount to? What can it mean? What is the truth? Again, this is around about the time that, Operation Paperclip after the Second World War. The top Nazi scientists were cherry-picked by the victorious Allied forces. The British, the Russians, and the Americans choose their best Nazi scientists, brought them back home, give them new names. You're working for us now. And a lot of reason to believe that possibly these scientists that have been working on stuff for the National Socialist Party, then in turn started working on that project's technology experimentation for their respective new employers. And it was also in the 50s that War of the Worlds by Orson Welles, which I keep repeating, was broadcast on radio. Psychological operation of the first kind on mainstream media. I have reason to believe, unless there are any examples prior to that. But the Flying Saucer Group concluded that UFOs were hoaxes, delusions, or ordinary objects that were misidentified, recommending that no further investigation of reported mysterious aerial phenomenon to be undertaken. Nevertheless, the Ministry of Defence divisions continued to work of official UFO investigation in the UK, ushering such efforts into the 21st century, the National Archives reported. The last UFO published report by the Ministry of Defence dates to 2009, covering sightings that took place from January through the end of November that year. These included a silver disc-shaped light, reported January 29, up to 20 orange and red glowing lights in June, and a large bright silver-white ball sphere reported in July, and 3 blazing gold orbs in a diagonal line in the sky. After the Ministry of Defence enacted a policy change on December 1st, 2009, the agency no longer recorded or investigated UFO sightings, according to the report. But what they did find included many recent UFO reports that they were previously available only as hard copies. Will be published online within the next few months, said Nick Pope. And that was just recently. They are now available online for you to read. There should be some interesting nuggets in these new files. So there you go, folks. That was the Ministry of Defence X-Files, again using the fictitious TV series of a secret organisation that we're looking into unidentified and unexplained phenomena, be it in the sky or in the woods around wet, rainy Oregon forests. But anyway, that was again some more evidence, possibly, that if the United Kingdom government, the United States government are both releasing classified or documents that once were classified and now they are declassified and available for the public. They must want the public to know about them, and they want them to know about UFOs in particular. This was something a little bit interesting that come up on my Facebook feed as an advertisement, and I opened it up in Chrome to give you a better look at it. It come up a little bit weird in Facebook, and the reason being is I've kind of been doing a lot of stuff on BlueBeam, lasers, UFOs, stuff like that. Stuff that's been put into my a Google search bar while I've been looking for things, as well as stuff I've been typing in with regards. So the artificial intelligence, the algorithm, they've kind of got that, and they suggested this to me as some as a possible advertising in a product that I might like to buy, seeing as I'm into lasers and blue beams. But it's from Hypersfen, and what they do is you can produce your own 3D solid images. Create your own 3D visuals in a click, and there's a demo that you can try. The next generation of 3D advertising is here, and there you can see, look, there's an individual there, and there's a 3D, it kind of projects advertising in front of you. But again, this technology could be used for things other than advertising if you've got the capability. And I guess, look, you kind of see there, they're kind of making the 3D holographic sign that you would look, and this is kind of, I guess, an illustration or dramatization of what it would look like. But again, you kind of, these little things behind, they could almost be drones, right? You could put a drone sort of similar size to that, and you could put a bunch of them into the sky, and they would be able to create this 3D advertising for you. Bring back imagination back to business, attract attention, mesmerize audiences. There you go. That was what I wanted you to talk about. Maximize returns. So you want to maximize your return of investment. If you're investing a lot of money into convincing the global population that there's a UFO going on, invasion going on in the skies by using holographic imagery, you're going to want a maximum return on your investment. That your technology is good. I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but they will never forget how you made them feel. I guess that's an advertising slogan or something. So see how it can work for you now. Let's press try now and see if we get a demo or something. That's just what I wanted to. No, that's going to be too much. You got to go and create some kind of account or something, I'm guessing. But that was, again, we already seen a little bit earlier in this video that there was some technology, and companies had this technology to create 3D imagery in the sky or in the air for some while. You've seen that one back in the 2011, I believe. So that was just something that was a little bit of interest to me, and I think this is some examples, like you can project a human person, you can project food, I guess. Let's see if there's any more. Ready to use, and you can use it from your phone, I think. So you can have a phone and you can kind of set up your 3D imagery and create your own 3D visuals in a click. Uplift sales, and this is how you would use it on your phone, I guess. Create those things, and then if you've got the technology or whatever they're selling, you can then project your 3D imagery. So you don't necessarily need to go to military grade equipment and technology in order to create 3D holograms, guys, is what I'm trying to say by showing you this. We can do it on our phones now if we want to, if we just purchase whatever these guys are selling in order to make it happen. So if it's kind of made available for the public, then this technology is obviously available at a much greater scale and capacity at a military grade. All right, is what I'm saying. But anyway, I digress. That's about it for this article. I just wanted to show you that, and I did find it particularly interesting that this popped up on my Facebook news feed. Okay, so welcome back to the studio. After going through those articles, a couple of videos and stuff thrown in those articles as well. A lot of interesting stuff. Certainly I think it's a lot of interesting stuff, and an awful lot of going-ons in the sky above. Lots of technology available in order to kind of carry out Project BlueBeam. It's been around for years and years and years, and is this, all these UFO sightings, all these kind of media stuff, although we didn't cover any media topics in this episode, mainly because it is kind of a long one, and you do got a bunch of videos to get through now of sightings of UFOs around the world in 2020. So let's get you over to do that. You don't have to think too much about this or pay attention. You can just watch and enjoy.
ఇందాక అందులోంచి సుక్కల లాంటిది ఎలాగ వచ్చింది బయటకి. छोड़ने के लिए
Mano, que é aquilo ali no céu, velho? Fala pra mim. Que é aquilo ali no céu, mano? Vocês estão vendo o que eu tô vendo? Ó. Dá uma olhada. Mano do céu, fala sério.
Ike, you see that? Tell me that ain't a UFO, yo. I told you. That's the second one. Yo, we about to go to war. And we ready. Tell me that ain't a spaceship. Isaac, try to zoom in on that joint. That's a spaceship. It's real out here. Independence Day. Isaac, you see that? Ike, you see that? Tell me that ain't a UFO, yo. I told you. That's the second one. Yo, we about to go to war. And we ready. Tell me that ain't a spaceship. Isaac, try to zoom in on that joint. That's a spaceship. It's real out here. Independence Day. Yo, we ready. Ain't no fear. Nobody.
But this is some stuff that has been recorded and captured over the last, like, sort of maybe 4 to 6 weeks.
Kansas. That is the strangest thing I've seen as far as aviation.
3-1, flat runway heading, clear for takeoff.
Every day at an airport restaurant in Amarillo, a motley crew of airplane buffs sits
You guys can
down
hear
and
okay, I
looks
hope.
up.
Can you hear okay?
Junkies, they love it.
And they see things you can't see anywhere else. Military aircraft cruise over Amarillo like sharks looking for big fish.
If you're flying east-west or north-south across the United States, you can probably fly over Amarillo.
A group that might be called the Interceptor Club watches everything military that flies over. But back in March, they spotted 3 craft they'd never seen before, about 6 miles up.
We had captured something completely unique.
A triangle, like a stealth bomber, but not a stealth bomber.
The back edge was flat, like a Dorito. It wasn't jagged.
A few weeks later, the same shape was snapped by another spotter in Kansas.
This is when we first saw it, flying in formation from the back side of the airport.
Steve Douglas is something between an aircraft enthusiast and a fanatic. He's sitting in what he jokingly calls KitchCom, a nook of his kitchen crammed with electronic gear to monitor aircraft traffic. He's got a special antenna to pick up satellite transmissions.
On this side is high-tech and wires and NORAD. On this side is blenders and microwave ovens and dishwashers and food.
On the day the mystery planes were spotted, Douglas recorded air traffic controllers giving the aircraft a clear lane through the sky. The Air Force confirms nothing. Now he suspects the triangular shape may be a stealth transport.
And you could put a dozen or so Navy SEALs in, fly them over Pakistan or Afghanistan or whatever stand, and, you know, have them bail out the back or be inserted in some way without an adversary being any the wiser.
At the Old English Fieldhouse Diner, waitress Erin Williamson has become one of the group.
Every day, at least 4 or 5 days a week, they watch the planes, take pictures. They'll let us know if there's an important or cool-looking plane coming in.
The patches on the wall show all the military pilots who've stopped for lunch, along with a movie star or 2. On this day, 6 Air Force trainers landed, a special ops plane from a nearby airbase buzzed, 3 Air Force tankers passed at 6 miles high. No Dorito, but eyes are peeled.
That's fucking branched off into 2, isn't it? Yeah. Oh my god! That's branched off into 2. That was 1, now it's 2. Fireworks don't do that, or flares. What is that? They don't do that. That was 1, wasn't it? If that joins up as a whole one again, I'm going to be freaked out. It's going together. Look at it. What the hell is it? That's being controlled. That is bizarre. Look at that. The other one's disappearing, look. See it? It's disappeared. I better come back then. Hey? That's fireworks.
What is that?
Yeah, but fireworks don't act like that. Do they? What the? That's bizarre. Yeah. That's some special fireworks. That's bizarre. But it looks like it's flying around though, under control. Look, it's come back, the other one. Fireworks don't act like that. That's like, they don't go down and up. They don't go down and up.
see them are flashing. Let's see it. Did you see it then? It's flashing up there. Fireworks don't stop and then stand still. There it is. You can still see that little white line. You see it? Shit. That's gone horizontal. It just vanished. It's still there, the little dot. That's bizarre. Oh, that can happen. It can't just stop and then do that again. Can it? There's something weird about that. That's bizarre. That is bizarre. I'm done of recording it anyway. People believe me. It's vanished again. There it is. There it is, it's moving. It's a white light. That was Tina text me, you've been gone for 3 hours. That's calm now, isn't it? That was it? Fucking spaceship. Look, the whole street's fucking stopped. There's a fucking flying spaceship. What the fuck? Look. I got it parked for this. Yo, what? No way. Yo, look at that. Look at everybody in the highway right now. I don't know, bro. Ni idea. A mí no se mueve de ahí. ¿Eh?
Oh my God. No puedo creer. Mira, he tenido que parar aquí en la, ¿cómo se llama? En la pista, en la carretera de la 21. Hay un ovni. No lo puedo creer. Oh my God. Mira, un ovni. Sí. Oh my God, no lo puedo creer. ¿Qué será, Dios?
To fucking Earth? I mean, if they did, I wouldn't be shocked. 2020 is like not shocking me at all anymore, right? Look at everybody like stopping because they see these fucking UFOs. Everybody's like getting out their car right now, recording this shit. So you were right. I know what I was looking at, bro. You was like, yo, what the fuck is that? I'm like, bro, that has to be a fucking balloon. Like, it's no fucking way. I was like, it's no fucking way. That was a. I guess it is though. These aliens have had enough. Okay, it's 2020, bitch. Look at everybody getting out their car to record the aliens that are coming to Earth. Can you turn this music off? I'm tired of hearing this shit. Yo. This is serious! It's a really good view of that shit, bro. Yo, what the fuck That's what I'm saying. Yo, what the fuck is that? No, that don't look like that. That shit looks crazy. That look like some shit off Lilo and Stitch, bro. Yo, what the fuck is that? Y'all can get the fuck. Bro, what the fuck is that? I think somebody go outside your fucking house right now and look out the window. They're mad as hell. Do you not see what the fuck is going on, bitch? Do you not see what's going on? We about to get fucking killed by aliens. They could go around. Go around me. It ain't no balloon. So I'm not sure if they are putting this up to like spook everybody because like you don't even know what to expect 2020 these days. I don't know, but that shit looks different in the sky. Yeah, that shit literally looks like some shit off of Lilo and Stitch. That like, shit, yeah, for real. Like that shit was crazy, bro. So I don't know. Turn y'all TVs on, go outside, see if y'all can see if y'all see any UFOs outside. But that shit, we're in New Jersey right now.
Flying objects. Unidentified flying objects.
Somebody's done, you know.
Look, then they just disappear.
Are they the
Yo, I think we've lost the stream. There we go. Sorry about that, guys. Technical difficulty. My apologies. Thought we were getting shut down for a minute then.
it's not one. They more of an oranger color. No, it's a star. The last one is coming. Look, he disappeared. He disappeared.
Mira, he tenido que parar aquí en la, ¿cómo se llama? En la pista, en la carretera de la 21. Hay un ovni.
Look, the whole street is fucking stopped. There's a fucking flying spaceship.
That makes a change, Cali Ninja. Normally, recently, the audio's been shit.
I don't know, bro. Espera, ni idea. A mí no se mueve de ahí.
Bro, everybody stop. Circle of smoke apparently appeared in the sky of Ciudad of Rain, Sonora, confirmed local media in the purest style of a science fiction film. The newspaper Vanguardia details that a photographer managed to capture the phenomenon that floated over the Monte Carlo neighborhood. It is an unusual smoke circle, which caused stir in social networks, as some people considered that it could be the sighting of an unidentified flying object, UFO. Other netizens believed that it could be a paranormal manifestation, and there were those who said it was a warning of the apocalypse. The funny thing is that in January of this year a similar phenomenon was captured in Venezuela, and it appears on the YouTube platform with the title, "Strange Smoke Ring was sighted over the sky of Guanare." So far no authority or company has given any statement about the origin of this strange phenomenon.
So welcome to the presentation part of the live show, and that you just heard, the little intro segment that I prepared for this presentation, was Morgan Freeman reading the immortal opening lines from War of the Worlds in the 2005 Steven Spielberg of the movie. And War of the Worlds, since its first published in 1893 in a novelization or serialization form in Cosmopolitan magazine before it was novelized, has spawned many adaptations and versions, comic books, TV shows, movies, and most famously the 1938 Orson Welles radio broadcast of War of the Worlds that was put out on Halloween, I believe, or the night before Halloween. It was some part of a Halloween celebration and special presentation in which he read the works of War of the Worlds, but he said it in present day time, and they presented the show as a real live news article, as though it was happening in real time, and they had reporters around the United States over the telephone giving reports and accounts of what they seen. And this, I believe, was the very first example of mainstream media using fake news as a psychological operation. Although at the time of the recording with Orson Welles, they did periodically throughout the presentation of that show say that it was a dramatization, but not enough people paid attention to them, and many people bought into it and started seeing things that weren't there and hearing stuff that wasn't there, smelling things that weren't there, yada yada, whoop-de-woo. They had a forced perception of what was going on. But back in the 1890s, aviation wasn't really a thing. Fully automatic rifles weren't really, or machine guns and stuff like that wasn't exactly around. There weren't things like tanks or any kind of stuff like that that is sort of considered with modern militarized weaponry. And the invasion took place in Victorian London, where all they pretty much had was sort of muskets in cannons, and it was all bows and arrows against the lightning, as one of the quotes from the book made reference to the Martians and their heat ray. So, as I said, we're not going to go all out fiction decoded on War of the Worlds, but War of the Worlds, along with The Watchmen, is one of those pieces of fiction and literature that has a very, very, very important part in understanding how shadow governments and the elites, and in particular media controlled by the elites, can manipulate the minds of the masses and can perpetuate false flag events and play them out in real time. And as I said, 1938, on the eve of the war, or in the early stages of World War II, they added to the fear. People were already a little bit scared in the uncertainty of what's going on, and then they decided to put out this version of War of the Worlds. It caused all sorts of panic and chaos around the nation. And the reason I'm mentioning all of this in War of the Worlds is it is kind of the first ever seed that was planted in humanity with regards to an outer this world extraterrestrial invasion in superior technology and minds would wipe out humanity just like we would wipe out bugs. So this is the first example of an alien invasion, and this is very much kind of where Project BlueBeam stems from, this the fear of not being the superior beings in this galaxy, not just on this planet, but humanity are, the top of the food chain, so to speak. Although if we didn't have guns and rifles and stuff like that, and there were more lions and gorillas, we probably wouldn't be so few in numbers. But depopulation agenda is something that the elites definitely have in mind. And what better way to get away with some depopulation and be hands-free and have alibis to avoid any guilt that may be thrown over your way for attempted genocide if it come from outside of the world, right? So if it was an alien or maybe even an asteroid that struck the Earth and killed millions of people, just like it wiped out the dinosaurs millions of years ago, you couldn't really point your finger at anyone on Earth as being responsible for it, of course, unless you are a shadow organization and shadow government with militarized weaponry beyond our comprehension, minds measurably imaginable. Maybe you had directed energy weaponry that could simulate heat rays that Martians have, or maybe you could make some kind of ballistics and special effect to make it look like a meteor, but really it is loaded and packed with a whole bunch of nuclear warheads that when it impacts on Earth, you could take it up in one of Elon Musk's space rockets perhaps, and then drop it into the Earth's atmosphere, and then wherever it hits, kaboom, tsunamis, earthquakes, nuclear fallout, deaths in the thousands, possibly millions, if you see what I'm saying. So all of that being said, we're going to watch a couple of little videos, some articles, and we are going to have a look at some relevant stuff in recent weeks that has made its way to sort of mainstream news outlets, I guess, as well as a couple of sort of underground ones. I'm not going to go and do too much reading, so that might send you to sleep, or maybe that's a good thing. Maybe you've got insomnia and you just want to get a few hours. You can put this on and listen to me read articles from the internet about relevant UFO sightings. But the seeds were planted back in the 1890s in humanity about UFOs and alien invasions. And over the last few months, within the confines of the pandemic months, UFO sightings have been on the rise, as well as the fact that there always seems to be an asteroid story each and every month. is this the seeds that they're now implanting into modern day society so that we will subliminally retain these information, so when they carry out Project BlueBeam in the not so distant future, we will be only too willing to accept it as reality. If you're following along with me. But anyway, guys, I have got 4 previous videos to this in my BlueBeam series, but this is the first time we tried to tackle it live, so it's going to be interesting to see what you guys are saying in the comments, although I don't know what you're saying at the time of recording because this is pre-recorded. But anyway, let's move on with the presentation before I do lose all interest in you go and find something else to watch or do, or maybe just go and scratch your balls and watch some paint dry as a much better pastime and entertaining way to spend your Sunday evening than listening to me talk about War of the Worlds. Broadcast a radio performance about a Martian invasion called War of the Worlds. The fictional drama, directed and narrated by Orson Welles, was presented as news bulletins.
We interrupt our program of dance music to bring you a special bulletin from the Intercontinental Radio News.
The announcer did provide occasional disclaimers, informing the audience that it was a dramatic performance, and the story itself was far-fetched.
The eyes, might be a face, might be all the... Good heavens, something breaking out of the shadow like a gray snake. Now it's another one, and another one, and another one. They look like tentacles to me.
Nevertheless, because it was packaged as news, many people tuning in believed it.
The flames springing from the mirror, they exploded the advancing men. Strike them head on. Lord, they're turning into flames.
There was panic. Interestingly, many people formed false memories. Some claimed to have seen things, felt things, or smelled things that weren't really there at all. A very important lesson was learned that day, back in 1938. Mass media wield the power of mind control. When sufficiently traumatized, masses of people will believe the impossible. Human emotional hot buttons are well known to all story writers. To accomplish genuine mind control, what remains is to take a fantastic fictional story and present it as present tense fact. That is, news. And while the mind control powers of radio news are strong, television news is awesome. The writers of 9/11 borrowed heavily from the War of the Worlds script and threw in a few new surprises.
At 8:50 p.m., a huge flaming object.
Sparks and fire.
They're turning into flames.
It's almost like a mushroom cloud explosion.
Reports observing a total of 3 explosions on the planet Mars.
It's just a huge explosion.
Now the smoke spreading faster. It's time to flare. People are trying to run away from it, but it's no use.
And we set up headquarters at 75 Boston Street.
Where he has established an emergency observation post.
And we were operating out of there when we were told that the World Trade Center was going to collapse.
Everything wiped out.
Disintegration of one of those twin trade centers.
citizens of the nation, I shall not try to conceal the gravity of the situation that confronts the country.
The American people need to know we're facing a different enemy than we have ever faced.
And we may place our fate in the military forces.
The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy.
That we may confront this destructive adversary with a nation united.
America's united.
Courageous and consecrated to the preservation of
our way of life. This will be a monumental struggle of good versus evil. But good will prevail.
I thank you.
Okie dokie, guys. So now you've got a little bit of an understanding of War of the Worlds, the implantation of the seedings of alien invasions, and you've got a little bit of an understanding of psychological operations and just a little bit of evidence how they used War of the Worlds narrative on that fateful false flag day in September 2001, on that Tuesday morning we all remember so vividly and so well, although many people have many different accounts of what happened. And this is a little bit now again what I'm kind of getting at with the seedings and the implantations of the thoughts towards UFOs and asteroid strikes. There's been so many reportings over the summer of 2020 of UFO sightings and asteroid accounts in near-Earth objects coming by and things like this. And you can see here in the last day alone, there's one, reports of rising UFOs are greatly exaggerated. NASA UFO sightings, mysterious objects above Earth, and that was a day ago, and that happens nearly every other month, it seems, that NASA or SpaceX spots a unidentified flying object on their webcam or their stream satellite camera, something. Have you seen UFOs over New York? There's an example there. We're not going to look at all of these articles. 9th of September, UFO shoots out of a cloud over the UK. Latest sightings, recent aliens, UFO hotspots. There's something seen on the 2nd of October, just 2 days ago, or just yesterday actually, in Worcester, England. Does seem to be a lot of them happening over England. So that's just on the first sort of page. But if we go over to the news segment, and this is, in this article, I did have a little look at it. They're just kind of saying that because so many people have been home with nothing to do and been out of work as a result of the COVID pandemic, that more people are bored and looking at the skies, and that's why they're reporting more UFOs. Not that there are more of them, it's just that we've never noticed them before because we've always been busy doing other things. There we are. The NASA again spotted an object above the ISS feed, and the ISS is International Space Station, for those of you who don't know. I'm trying to keep this phone as close to my mouth as I can so we can get the best possible audio for you guys, as I do keep expressing we have a lot of issues with audios, and in particular my uploads, which is kind of why I'm trying this live now, because we don't seem to have the audio issues with the live shows, and also seem to get more people watching live shows than the regular uploads. But anyway, back to the UFOs. Have you seen a UFO over New York? Now, this is one we are going to look at because this is very, very interesting. Look, it comes from Patch, and it's 4 days ago. And you can see there, and I used that picture that we're looking at. Can you see there? As one of the thumbnails for this presentation tonight. And purposely so, because it's got UFOs and blue beams, right? And is this the implantation of the seedings? Now, you do have to pay attention to this article, although it's not going to be anything you need to depend your life on, but this is a little bit of narrative. So we just saw one that said that the rise wasn't on the increase with UFO sightings. They just said that it's more people are out of work and reporting them than before. But here's one that is saying that they're on the rise from Patch. UFO sightings shoot up in PA, and that's Pennsylvania. Here's what they saw. And there have already been many more reports of UFOs than there were in 2019. And there is our UFO picture there with the BlueBeam UFO aliens on a black backdrop and then some thunder and lightning over a city. Now, I think these pictures are very much photoshopped, and these aren't actually the pictures that were reported to be seen over Pennsylvania. It was the picture that drew my attention to this, but it is a very, very dramatic picture. That's why I did choose to use it as my thumbnail. But here we go. Pennsylvania, a global pandemic, social unrest, and looming historic and controversial election may have general public looking with increasing credibility at sights in the night sky. Or 2020 thus far is just the tip of the iceberg. Sky gazers have reported a huge increase of unidentified flying objects seen in the state thus far this year, and that's the state of Pennsylvania. Already 209 unexplained flying crafts or lights seen in the state have been logged with the National UFO Reporting Center. In almost all of 2019, only 63 were seen. 6 and 3, 3, 6. Anyway. Sightings include bright lights, strange sounds, and oddly shaped objects. In some instances, the visitors in the night sky are cause for wonder, and yet more see signs of nefarious intent in the mystery. Sorry, I'm a bit squinted because the phone's close to me. But for some, the sightings seem to inspire a genuine curiosity about the origins of these objects. And for others, like myself, I believe that these are the implantations and the seedings and the subliminal thoughts that are going to help humanity accept it when it happens, because they've been seeding it and dropping it in every now and then. COVID, UFOs, COVID, UFOs, COVID, asteroid. See what I'm saying? And if you paid a little bit of attention to the memological warfare live we did on Saturday night, we kind of did a little bit of a demonstration and give an example from fiction in there, how mainstream narrative and social media narrative will control the mind and force people to do things that they wouldn't necessarily normally do, or maybe believe things that they wouldn't have otherwise have believed. And this is what they're trying to do: implant the knowledge of aliens and sort of declassification and stuff like that, so it's not going to be as radical. Oh well, we told you it's only been aliens and UFOs for months. Look at last year, there's UFO sightings every month, and here they are, 2022, and they're arriving in their masses. But anyway, they want to find out where they are explained. Something in Plain Grove, Pennsylvania. Somebody had a transformative experience. The witness, who was out to see a meteor shower, described a ball with red, green, and white flashing lights that looked like it was moving irregularly with truly unbelievable speed. And is this a little bit of the world's radio broadcast narrative going on? There's no pictures and no footage. The witness was out to see a meteor shower, and he wasn't out with his camera. What person doesn't have a camera in this day and age, right? But we were both very skeptical of any kinds of alien or supernatural entities, to say the least. However, this experience has changed our minds considerably, the witness reports. I have dealt with the technology all my life, and I've always had an interest in the viewing of celestial events. I can honestly say I have never seen anything like this. And you can review sites of the... Actually, you know what? We are going to click on this because you need to see this, guys. This is a report of every single UFO reporting over the last year. All right, get ready, sit comfortable. Okay, we're just going to keep going. And we're going to keep going. So these are all the UFO sightings this year's, guys. And it keeps going. 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 And on 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 and on. And there we are at the bottom, finally. So there we are, coming back up, just so you can kind of gauge how many there are. I know this might be making some of you dizzy. So trying to do it fast. I'm trying to speed up. We're not even a quarter of a way up yet, guys. Alright, we're nearly half the way. So, you seeing this? Every single one of those blue numbers is a single case of UFO sightings this year, supposedly in the county of Pennsylvania alone. So, are we nearly halfway? Okay, we're over the halfway mark. So there you go. That's what I wanted to show you. We weren't going to read every single one of them, but you get the gist, guys. There's a shitload of them. UFO hunting has been a popular pursuit in the United States since the mid-20th century, when Kenneth Arnold, a businessman, piloting a small plane filled with the first he filed the first well-known report in 1947 of a UFO over Mount Rainier in Washington. Arnold claimed he saw a 9 high-speed crescent-shaped object zooming along at several thousand miles an hour like saucers skimming on water. Although the object claimed seen weren't saucer-shaped at all, this analogy led to the popularization of the term flying saucers, and since then Americans have been more or less obsessed with the idea that alien life is among us, and how many movies and TV shows have been about aliens. Alf, E.T., Flight of the Navigator, Alien, Sigourney Weaver, Mars Attacks, Independence Day, just to name a few. But it goes on a little bit more here, and on and on. It doesn't really say anything about any of the sightings in Pentagon. It just is a little bit of kind of UFO history. But this is where it's interesting, and why we need to pay attention to that particular article for a second. It will get interesting in a moment. But Japan has protocol now in place for their Air Force in what they need to do when they engage with unidentified flying objects. There's another UFO sighting spotted in Japan. We've got some blue lights going on there. UFO sightings claim 5 glowing orbs spotted over Japan. Aliens are observing. And here are some of the skies. Look at that, we get a video to watch. Maybe. Will we? Will we? So it wasn't very interesting at all, but there you go, there's blue lights over Japan. Here's another one saying UFO sightings are up 51% during the COVID-19 pandemic. Media, UFO or streak of light. Twitter users report sightings. UFO news, the latest sightings for August 2020, UFOs, unidentified object making strange fire patterns, trails spotted in the sky. That was 5 days ago. Something about the Fudge Day Packers, Fudge Bay, Green Bay, whatever they're called. Here we are. Japanese military is now officially tracking UFOs. That's something about our exhibit, the blinking UFO there. Dunblane man recounts sights of mysterious UFOs over the town. But this is the interesting one. And look, there again, can you see? Here, we've got another UFO symbol with the BlueBeam going on. And guess what? It's from Patch, and it says, UFO sightings, what Coloradians have witnessed in 2020. See witness accounts of unidentified flying objects in Colorado, reported to the National UFO Center. And there is another list to watch that is as endless as that. But this here is almost exactly word for word what we just saw in the previous one. And it is like almost a reworking of that article that we just saw 4 days ago. This one was 9 days ago. And it's another story. My brother's girlfriends went to let the dogs up. She looked up and thought it was odd that there was such a bright star in the daylight. My brother got his telescope and shouted. None of them bothered to get their phone or share the pictures or the video. In this instant, they just did. They just talked about it. And it goes on and on, but it's kind of very, very similar when you get to the bottom, that they start talking about the same stuff. You hear it is, you know, the UFO hunting being a pastime, and they talk about Kenneth Arnold with his plane over Mount Rainier again. So did or not, you know, is this like the memeologicals? They got like a database of like sort of misinformation, false news articles that they can just like put the template there and then just add a little bit at the top to kind of make it a little bit different or relevant. But it's the same thing. A couple of people saw some strange lights, didn't record it, didn't take any pictures, just decided to report it here to these people at Patch, and then they pretty much rehashed the same article there. But as I said, guys, we can go on and on and on and on with all these UFO sites and sightings that we've been seen over the year. But this was the one that was of interest. It took place a little while ago in Jersey, and you may or may not have remembered this. There was a lot of reports that people had started to see what they believed a UFO. Alright, sorry about that. I had a little bit of a glitch. I had to stop and shut down the app and open it again. Sorry, guys. Hopefully the edits will remove all that frustrations out for you. But it was a little bit of a pain in the ass there for a few minutes. Anyway, a couple of weeks back, New Jersey, hundreds of thousands of people, say hundreds of thousands, but hundreds, maybe 1,000 or so people in New Jersey. They kind of brought the traffic to a standstill on the turnpike or the freeway there. People got out of their cars, started recording and taking pictures of what they believed was a UFO. And we've got some footage. We are going to be looking at some clips in UFO sightings from the last few weeks or last couple of months that I've sort of saved and put together for you, a little montage of some examples of more UFO sightings over making their way to social and mainstream media. But this big news thing, and I think it took place on September the 12th, if I can remember. And it was a very, very big news report on that day. Everybody was talking about the aliens and the UFOs over in New Jersey. And then the next day they released statements saying that it was just the Goodyear blimp, as you've probably seen there. And TikTok has been amidst all of these shenanigans amongst the pandemic. If you remember those dancing challenges, that the health workers that were so overwhelmed, couldn't get enough masks, couldn't contend with all the COVID-19 patients, that they had to pretty much send all the other patients, anybody that was sick or suffering any other illnesses, all of them had to go home. They couldn't deal or cope with treating any other illnesses or health issues other than COVID-19, but they still had the time to choreograph dance routines to popular dance tracks. But anyway, TikTok user Baby Genie shared a video of what appeared to be a flying saucer in the distance and captioned the video, "Who else saw a UFO today in Jersey on the 21st? Sorry, it wasn't the 12th, it was the 21st. So it's 10 days after 9/11. But people were dead stopped on the highway recording. The TikTok video has more than 500,000 likes. And what's going on now? Where's all the article gone? Well, that's very peculiar. The article has disappeared completely. But anyway, guys, that was Newsweek. Is it going to glitch on me again? It is. Fucking Newsweek. I don't know what it is about this article that it doesn't want me to see or share with you, but the first time it wouldn't let me play the video and the phone kind of froze and had to be restarted. And now again, I've been trying to sort of show you the article and it's like removed half of it and now is frozen again. So I'm going to sign off here, and we're going to have a little look at something else before we do check out our clips of some UFO sightings. Frustrating once again, but anyway, we're back having another look at some different articles now, and this is asteroid impact. It's something I threw into a search bar and checked out the news section. So 5 days ago, asteroid impact 66 got there. Got a 66 first article off the bat. 66 million years, released aerosols, so there's nothing really contemporary or relevant. Asteroid tracker, Earth's gravity to impact 33-foot space rocks path throughout space. That's from the Daily Express, and that's an article from NASA. So we've got a 66 and a 33 in the first two articles that we've seen then there. And this is the interesting one. The world's space agencies are on a quest to deflect a, in brackets, harmless asteroid. I guess that's just a test run in case they need to, like, deflect less than a harmless asteroid, right? But this is kind of like the video game Asteroids. We used to play as a kid back in the 80s. Atari was pre-programming us for these kind of events and subliminally planting us the idea in our minds that maybe the Earth will have some kind of defense towards asteroids, and maybe you might be able to spin it around and shoot lasers and knock them out of the sky and get the high score in the process of doing it. But anyway, the World Space Agencies are on a quest to deflect a harmless asteroid, 27th of September 2020. People have a bottomless appetite for all things space these days, and that's because space and all things space is being not exactly force-fed down our throats, a little bit like the COVID-19 narrative, but they are force-feeding a lot of space-related articles in news, UFOs, meteors, asteroids, yada yada, whoop-de-woo, ray-tay-tay. And this is the seed planting, guys. This is what we're talking about, with programmatic information in subliminal psychological thought trains for psyops, that if you put in and plant enough ideas before it happens, then it's all the more believable when it does. If or not, it is a real thing. But they have a bottomless piss for space, and some space news is truly mind-blowing. Like there's the black hole that we saw last year. It was circulating on social media and mainstream news articles. However, while a supermoon isn't too much more breathtaking than an actual run-of-the-mill full moon, those harmless near misses actually do hint at something more significant. As our planet plows through space, its orbit inadvertently crosses the orbits of other inhabitants of the solar system. Among this group are asteroids of all sizes. Most of these are so small they'd be vaporized by the atmosphere, but others are big enough to impact the surface and do serious damage. Infamously, an asteroid the size of a city crashed into Mexico's peninsula 66 million years ago. The blast was enormous. It sent mega tsunamis racing through the ocean and dug a roughly 93. If you turn 93 upside down, you can get 3 6s. And 3 goes into 9 3 times, 3 3. There's a lot of symbology there going on, I'm sure, on numerology, maybe on just clutching its swords, but 66, 33s, 93s. A 93-mile wild crater throwing much of that material into the atmosphere, where it blocked out and dimmed the sun for years. Many scientists believe the Chicxulub impact was the prime culprit behind the extinction of the dinosaurs. Now we're getting ready for another extinction level asteroid strike sometime soon, but hopefully not, if space agencies can get their shit together and deflect it, even though it's harmless. There's been no repeat performance in the last 66 million years. Get the 66 in there again if we can. And day-to-day risk of a major impact is very, very low. but it is a near certainty that another large object will at some point in the future collide with our planet, unless we do something about it. Dun dun dun! Cue Ben Affleck and Bruce Willis, and I can see you now, just to see you sleeping. You know that song from the movie Armageddon? Leaving in a jet plane. What a fucking horrible little piece of Hollywood monkey spunk that was. But anyway, luckily, while the last killer space rock dropped off of the sky with no warning, we have a few tools the dinosaurs didn't, like directed energy, weaponry, holographic technology, with 3D capabilities, as well as the ability to control the mainstream airwaves and social media news feeds in order to brainwash and manipulate minds into believing almost anything is possible, just like Orson Welles back in 1938. But we've got telescopes that can potentially chart hazardous asteroids. We can visit it, theoretically divert an asteroid's course before it reaches us. The movie back in the 70s, Meteor, the Irwin Allen used to write all the big blockbuster movies back in the 70s, Tower Inferno, Poseidon Adventure, The Swarm, hashtag Murder Hornets. But he also wrote Meteor, starring Sean Connery as the leading expert on the globe about asteroids and trajectory. And this is what they did. They got together with the Russians, the United States, and the Russians had to work hand in glove, again, unifying the singular global threat would humanity would put aside their differences in order to kind of come together in order to save and prosper, so they can save humanity, so that it could prosper for future generations, and thus they all lived in harmony once the day had been solved. But this is what we're talking about here, and this is exactly what they're saying in this article, that NASA and a lot of these other people, the ESA, the European Space Agency, and they got something called the ADA, the Asteroid Impact Deflection Assessment, and it's a joint mission, and they're gonna try and stabilize, knock out a sizable asteroid in orbit for the first time. The asteroid in question poses no threat to Earth, not a lie if you believe it. Rather, it is a test case for how we may deflect a hypothetical future asteroid. So maybe it is a harmless test run to see if they can do it, because behind the harmless one there might be a more harmful one on its way that they might really have to go out of their way to deflect. But they go on to say how they've been, since 1998, they've launched a program to chart 90% of the asteroids, yada yada, woobly woo, ray tay tay. But it keeps a record of NEO, near-Earth objects that are larger than 140 meters, because these are believed to have an impact on the Earth if they were to strike the surface. To this date, we've charted 9,334 NEOs, larger than 140, including comets. But that number is only a little more than a third of the total estimated population of 25,000. And this is what they're going on a bit further then. How to avoid asteroidal Armageddon, and they quote the movie. I'm not actually quoting it, but they use Armageddon, and I just made the reference to Armageddon before we got here, and that was a movie where they did exactly that. But they sent a bunch of drillers up, right? They had to get and land on the asteroid and drill a hole and implant the nuke. The missiles couldn't get to it. Most well known of these is the nuclear option, where they detonate a nuclear explosive or multiple explosive near, on, or about the asteroid's surface. Luckily, we send robotic spacecraft. Again, we have Space Force these days, guys, and what's that thing? Boston Dynamics. They're making all sorts of robotic technology. Maybe they're going to throw a bunch of Boston robots into one of Elon Musk's spaceships and send it off to deflect the asteroids before they hit Earth. But there you go. You get the gist of it now that they've gone out and they set out this Agency to try and deflect any incoming asteroids. Next summer, NASA plans to launch the DART, the Double Asteroid Redirection Test spacecraft on a Falcon 9 rocket. DART will travel to the 780-meter asteroid Didymos, where in the fall of 2022 it will smack into Didymos's 160-meter moonlet Dimorphosos at well over 14,000 miles an hour. The collision will take place some 7 million miles from Earth, which is close enough for ground-based telescopes to record the expected transfer of momentum and subsequent several-minute change to Didymoon's orbital period. This might sound like a risky maneuver, but the asteroid pair don't threaten Earth. Somebody with a name I can't read, assurance and safety manager, told the Digital Trend. Nobody has to panic, he says, and that would be exactly what you would say if you were trying to hide some panic, right? Don't panic, nothing to see here. But anyway, they will launch. He's going to the ESA rather, the European Space Agency, are going to launch its Hera spacecraft in 2024 to observe the aftermath of the impact in more detail and at close range. So the future of planetary defense. To be clear, this is only the beginning. Kinetic impactors are the simplest solution within our reach. In its 2007 report to Congress, NASA characterized them as the most mature approach for some deflection scenarios, especially for objects made up of a single small body. And notice how they said a single small body, didn't mention anything about like multiple larger bodies or anything like that, you know, maybe spacecraft. And they go on to talk about other options here that if you want to kind of read, you can. But you've got the gist, you get the picture. They're going out to put together a very unified asteroid deflection response team that is going to go and shoot asteroids out of the sky before they get them. New evidence suggests it was a matter ejected from the Chicxulub that led to impact winter. And they're putting a lot of these articles about the meteor in the Mexico 66 million years ago as being a result of, you know, what wiped out the dinosaurs. So even that is a little bit of narrative in seed planting to kind of get people used to the idea that asteroids do cause extinction level events. NASA asteroids, 4 asteroids will zip past Earth to end September, which has already happened, I think. They come by a few days ago, nobody noticed them. No need to deflect them, and the DART system wasn't required at this time. And again, there's another one about asteroid didn't kill the dinosaurs by itself. The Earth helped. Newly discovered asteroid will pass close to Earth on Thursday, and that was 11 days ago. Asteroid spots pieces of another space rock 3 days ago, and this is a surprise asteroid that nobody knew about. And there's that pictures of it on the moon or something. Alright, they believe there's pieces. We're not going to read that. I'm getting a little bit tired of reading, and I'm pretty sure you're tired of listening to me. But as I said, guys, we can kind of go on, and there's another one there with a little bit of a blue beam in there. NASA says rocky asteroids Bennu is home to chunks of another asteroid. That was the one we just looked at 13 days ago. Well, that's a satellite, not an asteroid there. But they've released pictures of the meteor, and they believe that on the meteorite are fragments of another meteorite. Maybe that's why they're going out of their way to try and deflect them and stuff. But anyway, lots and lots and lots and lots of reports about asteroids and near-Earth objects coming our way. And look, there's a school bus one. Circles close to Earth on Thursday, and that was 10 days ago. So guys, you can see from just scratching the surface and just looking at a couple of search results that there are a lot of things. Almost every week there are at least one or two reports of meteors or UFO sightings or one or the other. And this is what I believe is the subliminal seeding and the implantation of the suggestive nature that this might be coming to happen in the not so distant future. So guys, you've been patient long enough, so let's come and look at a few UFO sightings before we finish this presentation and come back and can chat and hear your thoughts and opinions about what you've been seeing or hearing. Sorry guys, I lied. There was one last article I did want to show you real quick here in relevance to what we're going to see in a second in some of the clips. So anyway, triangle-shaped UFO spotted on US aircraft carrier in the Mediterranean Sea. This was leaked video from September 2018. I think that was around the same time that the UFO Navy videos that were released and declassified earlier this year. I think that's where it was around the same time that this photo was seen, and there it is. There you can kind of see it. I don't know if we can get a zoom in. Was it photoshopped or not? I don't know, CGI, but there is the triangular looking craft on an aircraft carrier from 2018, and there it is, 2018 Mediterranean Sea, US aircraft carrier, same thing. Alright, we've got problems once again with the glitches and the internet in me trying to record this stuff. I don't know if this is because I'm a targeted individual and Google knows what I'm trying to do right now, and it's making hardships for me, or maybe I got just weather affecting the Wi-Fi, who knows. But anyway, you've seen the triangular ship and on top of the aircraft carrier. There's, I think it's an F-16 or an F-14 that was landing on the aircraft carrier, but very suspicious. But bear that in mind for what we're going to look at in the clips that are about to follow right now.
Texas. What's that in the sky over Kansas? That's the strangest thing I've seen as far as aviation. 431, every day at an airport restaurant in Amarillo, a motley crew of airplane buffs sits down and looks up.
They are aviation junkies. They love it.
And they see things you can't see anywhere else. Military aircraft cruise over Amarillo like sharks looking for bait fish.
If you're flying east-west or north-south across the United States, you probably fly over Amarillo.
A group that might be called the Interceptor Club watches everything military that flies over. But back in March, they spotted 3 craft they'd never seen before, about 6 miles up.
We had captured something completely unique.
A triangle, like a stealth bomber, but not a stealth bomber.
The back edge was flat, like a Dorito. It wasn't jagged.
A few weeks later, the same shape was snapped by another spotter in Kansas.
This is when we first saw it, flying in formation from the backside of the airport.
Steve Douglas is something between an aircraft enthusiast and a fanatic. He's sitting in what he jokingly calls KitchCom, a nook of his kitchen crammed with electronic gear to monitor aircraft traffic. He's got a special antenna to pick up satellite transmissions.
On this side is high-tech and wires and NORAD. On this side is blenders and microwave ovens and dishwashers and food.
On the day the mystery planes were spotted, Douglas recorded air traffic controllers giving the aircraft a clear lane through the sky. The Air Force Force confirms nothing. Now he suspects the triangular shape may be a stealth transport.
You could put a dozen or so Navy SEALs in, fly them over Pakistan or Afghanistan or whatever stand, and, have them bail out the back or be inserted in some way without an adversary being any the wiser.
At the Old English Fieldhouse Diner, waitress Erin Williamson has become one of the group.
Every day, at least 4 or 5 days a week, they watch the planes, take pictures. They'll let us know if there's an important or cool-looking plane coming in.
The patches on the wall show all the military pilots who've stopped for lunch, along with a movie star or two. On this day, 6 Air Force trainers landed, a special ops plane from a nearby airbase buzzed, 3 Air Force tankers passed at 6 miles high. No Dorito, but eyes are peeled.
They fucking branched off into 2, isn't it? Yeah. Oh my god! That's branched off into 2. That was 1, now it's 2. Fireworks don't do that, or flares. What is that? They didn't do that. That was 1, wasn't it? If that joins up as a whole one again, I'm going to be freaked out. It's going together. Look at it. What the hell is it? That's being controlled. That is bizarre. Look at that. That was disappearing, look. See it? That's disappeared. I better come back though. Hey? That's fireworks.
What is that?
Yeah, but fireworks don't act like that. Do they? What the? That's bizarre. Yeah. That's some special fireworks. That's bizarre. But it looks like it's flying around though, under control. Look, it's come back, the other one. Fireworks don't act like that. That's like, they don't go down and up. They don't go down and up. Do they? Look, the ones I can see them.
Tu vois ce que je vois? Oh my god, what the fuck? Putain, ça...
What do we have here? Okay, that's a plane. What the hell is that, though? What is Those UFOs are changing color. They're fucking changing color. Look, one of them just disappeared. You see, there was something near that object. I don't see it now. Okay, there it is. It moved. I was right. Or is that a wire? Okay, I think those are wires, though. But what is that?
It's moving.
Everyone, welcome to Reality Decoded, and this episode is titled Project BlueBeam Canadian Edition, or Close Encounters of the Canadian Kind. Haven't decided right yet, but what you witnessed at the start of this video for the first 6 minutes, for those of you who have paid attention long enough to get to listen to me speak and haven't just found yourself something else to watch or some memes to share and agree with on your social media feeds, we're going to be talking about a recent sighting over Montreal airport just last week on the 3rd of March 2021, and you just got to saw in those first 6 minutes or so, a little selection of videos and photographs that captured the event in question that we will be looking into. And we are here at DuckDuckGo, where I put UFO over Montreal Airport 033021. You got your 33 there, people. And there were 3 blue beaming discs that were recorded and captured on video. And these are some of the videos that you have already seen from 3 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 days ago, 4 days ago, and then we go over to 8 years ago. So very, very interesting footage, and some very, very interesting images, which we will decode a little bit more as we progress through this upload for you all. We are usually more accustomed to doing things live here at Reality Decoded, but I thought, you know what, it doesn't hurt to upload a video now and then just to sort of test the waters, see how it goes, and sometimes these are more informative to share than the live streams. But anyway, we're over here, and as you said, there's a selection of videos that come up straight away, and the first few posts that you get are of links to YouTube videos. But let's just click on this one here from Reddit, because I've already had a look at this, and it come from 5 days ago, and it says 3 large UFOs over Montreal, and there are a picture again of the same 3 UFOs we saw at the start of this upload. But UFO in Montreal last night, witnessed by thousands of people, and they flew over the Montreal airport and put all flights on hold. And there is a video link here for YouTube, a Facebook post from William Hennessy. And it's false information checked by the good old fact checkers at Facebook. So that's interesting enough. But what I'm suggesting is this is possibly a little Project BlueBeam dummy run, in the fact that, you know, this was witnessed by thousands of people. And here are some of the comments on Reddit. Facebook question mark. Were you not impressed with this random asshole's Facebook page? I don't do Facebook or any other social media. View all, 33 comments. Again, 33. 3rd of March, 33. 30th of March, rather, 33 there in the date alone. And there are some pictures from a little while ago, I believe, not recently. But we click back, and we come and look again, YouTube videos. So there's lots of YouTube videos, but not really that many articles. UFOs over Trudeau's airport. Was this an April Fool's Day joke a day too early? Update, April the 1st, 2021. It's currently the 5th of April, the 4th of April. I'm not exactly sure, but this took place just a few days ago, and it took place during a week of which we were doing some alien themed streams on Reality Decoded. We had hoax invaders from space recently, is this Friday, and prior to that we had All Out Alien Agenda, which took place last weekend. So almost ironically and coincidentally, during those weeks of UFO alien related streams here at Ship Video Productions, a real live UFO sighting, if it was a UFO sighting or if it was just a deep state Project BlueBeam dummy run or not, remains to be seen. My thoughts are pushing towards the latter of those 2 options, but an update from Richard offers us this link for those of you that want to add UFOs to your own photographs. Of course, there are lots of ways to do it in any decent video editor, and you're right, you can sort of add filters and overlays and stuff to make it look as though there are UFOs. But is this getting people ready to, you know, sort of putting these things out into social media? Is this part of the normalization? Is this part of getting used to people seeing reports of UFOs and unidentified objects floating around in the sky, lights flashing and such forth? Is this just, you know, preparing us for what is to come? But yesterday a neighbor approached the writer of this article and asked if I'd heard about the Montreal last night or not. That would make it the night of March the 30th. He then proclaimed to show me the photos and videos on his phone that he said was rapidly being deleted from social media, and I had to see it before it was gone from Facebook. And that is a little one of these kind of tech giants, social media think tank tactics, to create clickbait articles and quick must watch before it's deleted, and just to encourage you to click into it. And this, I do believe that this is a psyop. This is designed to sort of be a very false looking event, but event that is being spread across social media. And again, is it just part and parcel of the deep state getting us used to seeing these images in the sky? But it is a video and photos that anyone who has been to the movie since 1940 would interpret as alien spacecraft over the Pierre Elliott Trudeau Airport in Montreal. But since the last two ranking US effort to declassify lots of UFO materials, and since, as I was remembered last night, the writer of the article goes on to say that President Trump occasionally hinted at something like this during his tenure as president, I thought it was worth posting here on April 1st, since although it's probably a hoax, at least as hoaxes goes, it was a fun one. But was it a hoax? Are they leading us to believe that it was a hoax because they were experimenting with technology that they don't really want us to know about, and just passed it off as an April Fool's Day prank? And as I said, we're not going to click on that video because we have seen it before. And what is interesting is you can kind of see here that somebody decided to take a picture of somebody taking a picture of the aliens to kind of add to the sort of authenticity. The more people seen it, but unfortunately, not enough people did seem to see it or share many photographs and images of this. It does seem to be the same old photographs and the same old images in all of these videos. Let's have a look. We've got 41 seconds. That was the one I was talking about, with the person looking at them, taking a photo of somebody taking a photo looking at them. But 3 discs, 3 blue lights, whatever you want to say. They're a little bit greeny, or maybe what's that word? Aquamarine? I don't know. But there's certainly some blue lights. Were these photoshopped? Were they hoax? Were they filters put over just random images from Montreal to make it look like these things were hovering over the sky? Was it part of some sort of holographic display to celebrate Easter weekend or something? Who knows? Who knows? Nightclubs and things like that. But with everything locked down, I wouldn't think many people would go to the trouble of advertising their events with flashing lights over the sky. But it sometimes happens here during the summertime in Toronto, that some events and things are going on out in the open, and they do have sort of laser beams and searchlights being bound around off the clouds and stuff. But the writer goes on to say, I saw one clip over the neighbor's shoulder where news anchors appeared to be watching it live and talking about it. But again, it would seem like if this happened, there would be more out there about this event and more videos from more phones. Exactly what I'm saying. And certainly better videos, also longer ones. And I mean, who would film this and just put up a few seconds? Exactly. Unless you went to a lot of trouble and effort to do this as an effort, which case you would short just a short video, since it's too much work to do a long one. I mean, if I had half an hour of video of UFOs on my phone, I would post the best bits and the whole thing separately for sure. Anyway, April Fools or not, at least it's fun to think about and compared to everything else we deal with on this site. Happy Easter weekend to readers and contributors, the author says. But I'm mirroring his thoughts exactly then, that somebody's gone to a lot of trouble to saturate social media news feeds and YouTube with these very, very short videos. And again, if I was witnessing that shit, those that do follow Reality Decoded and TSP TV do know I like my long videos. I would have recorded that until the battery ran out or they disappeared, and tried to get the best footage of it I can. But is it all part of a deep state effort, as I keep saying, to normalize us getting used to seeing objects over the sky. And the other interesting fact of the matter is, if when you come over to the news section, there's only really one article, and there's nothing else about it. You see, you'd think, as I said, if thousands and thousands of people witnessed this, there'd be some sort of mainstream news agency that reported on it, or you know, at least a few newspaper reports. But this was from 6 days ago. Bright lights in the sky, a look at some of the UFO sightings in Canada last year. Now, this isn't actually related to the UFO sighting, but it was in the Times Colonist, the Canadian press, on the same day, March the 30th, at 20, sorry, that I thought that was the time then, March the 30th, 2021, and at 03:39 p.m. it was published. So again, you've got 2 more 3s in the time that it was published, and a 9 that you could turn upside down to be a 6 if you needed to. And there's a little alien Kishi tourist attraction, I believe, here in Canada, in Winnipeg. There you go. Sorry, my eyes have gone completely blurry. Let me see if I can make it a little bit bigger. That's better. Sorry about that. But anyway, this isn't in regard or in relation to those lights that were seen over Montreal Airport on the 30th of March 2021. But this article did come out on the same day, and the picture says, Grace Capati looks at a UFO display outside the Little Alien. See what they did there in Rachel, Nevada. Sorry, it's not in Canada at all. The closest town to Area 51, and that was on July the 22nd of 2019, around the time that everybody was going to storm Area 51. They can't stop us all. Do you remember that psyop? But a recent survey posted by Ufology Research in Winnipeg says there was a jump in UFO sightings in Canada last year, the first year of the COVIDian era. The Canadian press goes on to say, but Winnipeg, a recent survey posted by Ufology Research, says there was a jump, as we just read. And here are some of the 1,243 sightings on January 23, 2020. 23, 2 3s, 33 there. Someone shoveling snow off their Toronto balcony reported seeing a 2-meter long object silently levitating about 1.5 meters away. As the person continued staring at the black and silver object, one side folded over and disappeared. Article continues below. There's some ads. On January 23rd, again, 2 3s, 2020, on the same day near Guelph, Ontario, a person reported seeing 2 bright lights following a plane. As the plane went in another direction, the lights continued moving forward at a fast speed, and a massive circular object appeared behind the lights. The observer said it appeared as though the lights were escorting the UFO. February the 3rd, 2020, it was a clear day when a man driving down a rural road in Alberta with his son saw a grey pie-shaped object levitating in the sky just before it rotated, turned back, and suddenly disappeared. Within the next minute, they saw a military plane flying towards the mysterious object. They said the round UFO had no windows of markings. July 24th, 2020, a pilot of a North Star Air Limited plane heading to Sachiko Lake, Ontario, from Thunder Bay, Ontario, saw an object pass over the plane's right wing. The pilot said the UFO was about 1 meter in diameter. The plane's radar indicated there was no object in the vicinity. And again, would a radar pick up a holographic image? I don't think it would. August the 30th, a man in Ottawa pulled out his binoculars after observing an object with a flashing light hovering in the cleared sky. He described the chevron-shaped UFO as black with green, blue, and purple with flashing lights underneath. He also said his wife confirmed the object levitated in the sky for around 20 minutes. And this report was first published on March the 30th of 2021, the very, very same day that 3 bright objects were recorded over the skies of Montreal, in particular over the airport, but no one else seemed to bother wanting to write a report on this at all. And as you can see, nothing about Montreal airport having reports of UFOs. Was it an April Fool's prank? Was it a hoax? Was it just a few individuals that work at one of these social media tech tanks where they sort of have dummy profiles and agents that act as though they've got their own opinion, but they're actually kind of using fake profiles to promote and push propaganda that then gets saturated around social media and then is shared and agreed with by the masses. But this was something that I did see a couple of pictures on, and it was interesting again because it took place in Montreal, which isn't exactly down the road from Toronto, but it is a 6-hour or so drive away, but it is in the neighboring province, and it is here north of the border. But as I said, it was a little bit interesting that it happened during a week that we were talking about aliens here at Reality Decoded, and interesting enough, it is in Canada where Reality Decoded is recorded and filmed from, Toronto, Ontario. So let's go and have a little look at some other stuff in regard to BlueBeam and Canadian UFO sightings.
And Richard, there's no shortage of intriguing stories to chat about today. Let's begin with something that many Canadians are struggling to explain.
Turns out, Erica, UFO sightings are through the roof during the pandemic here in Canada. So maybe we've got more time to look up into the sky, or maybe there's actually something going on up there. New report from ufology research says sightings of unidentified flying objects across Canada, including things like levitating discs, erratic spaceships, and floating triangles, increased 46% in 2020 over 2019 levels. There were 1,243 recorded sightings last year, a record for Canada, 30% of the sightings taking place right here in Ontario. And before you go and call all these people crackpots, Erica, we've talked about the fact that the U.S. government has admitted that its military pilots have recorded, things they can't explain, craft moving, defying the laws of physics, and the Pentagon due to release a report before June 1st detailing what the U.S. government knows. So who knows, there might be something to this. You see a lot of strange things. You got to look at me every day, right, Eric?
No, not at all. But I will say for the UFO part of it, I think a small percentage are actually unexplained. The rest of them you can sort of attribute to balloons or planes or something like that.
Or too many cocktails or
maybe
something.
Maybe that too.
There's something to it. Maybe we'll get more in this report. We'll let you know about that when we get it in from the U.S. government.
All right. And speaking of space, we could be seeing some remarkable new video from Mars over the coming month.
If you were a Martian, this would be a UFO to you. This is really cool. This is the helicopter that's attached to the new rover on Mars. The helicopter is called Ingenuity. There it is now, hanging from the belly of the new rover there, and all its legs are extended, and this is what's going to happen. This is a dramatization, right? In the coming days, they think it might be April 6th, this chopper is going to take flight, and if it works, it's going to be the first powered, controlled flight on another planet. The first flight is only going to take it about 3 meters or 10 feet off the ground for maybe 30 seconds. Subsequent flights, though, it's going to go higher. It's going to have a little camera on it. Really fun fact here, there's a little piece, Erica, of the Wright brothers' first plane from 1903 attached to this little drone. So in just over 100 years, we've gone from the first flight to a flight on another planet. It's wild.
That's pretty incredible, and I think it's so cool that they can just send it instructions from Earth to know discover things on Mars. That's pretty cool.
You can't fly it from Earth. There's like a 12-minute lag time.
Right.
So,
Space to outer space. The number of UFO sightings in Canada is soaring tenfold over the past 25 years. The majority of those flying objects eventually get identified, but a few are never explained, and that's enough to keep some sky watchers wondering if just one sighting could be real. Here's Ross Lord.
Blame it on Hollywood. But an increasing number of Canadians insist the drama surrounding unidentified flying objects is real.
There's a very bright light, and I kept watching, and it just started to come right up, right across just floating like it was floating.
Sort of like these images from Halifax.
What the hell is that? It's the second time I've seen it.
Fort Saskatchewan, Winnipeg, London, Sudbury.
This Winnipeg science writer has never seen one, but Chris Rutkowski works with a network of observers on an annual UFO survey.
It doesn't automatically say the aliens are invading and landing in Mississauga. What it does say is that people are seeing some very unusual objects, many of which we can't ascribe to a simple explanation.
And UFO sightings in Canada are soaring to new heights. When they started keeping track 25 years ago, there were barely more than 100 a year. Since then, a steady increase, spiking to almost 2,000 2 years ago. Last year was the second highest number on record.
Only about 14 or 15% of the cases in 2013 are unexplained.
Just enough mystery to keep UFO believers wondering.
Occasionally I've noticed things that were moving across the sky that were not planes or satellites, just a different color, a different shape.
And even the experts admit there likely are advanced civilizations out there somewhere.
Maybe there's ways around the laws of physics or ways of traveling that we haven't even conceived of yet. And why they would want to come to Earth, I don't know. Might be the scenery or the weather.
Maybe the Canadian winter isn't so bad if you're watching from a safe distance. Ross Lohr, Global News.
The late great astrophysicist Stephen Hawking believed with more than 100 billion stars in our galaxy, the odds are pretty good that aliens exist. And he's not alone. Every day, people across Canada report seeing a UFO. And while most can be identified, as CTV's Janet Dirks reports, some things just can't be explained.
I got it. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
What the hell?
That strange light in the sky is one of 1,100 UFO sightings in Canada last year. According to the annual survey released by Ufology Research of Manitoba, there are at least 3 such sightings in the country every day.
UFO reports are still a thing. People are reporting them in greater and greater numbers every year.
Montreal is Canada's UFO capital, with 74 sightings reported last year, followed by Toronto, then Vancouver. It's not that these cities are on an extraterrestrial highway. It's a matter of population, says the report's author.
If a tree's falling in the forest, you need somebody to hear it. So if there's a UFO in the sky, the more people around to see it, the more reports you get.
None of the sightings matched the drama of the X-Files.
The truth is out there.
But something was out there, according to 10 campers in Quebec who reported a triangular object that hovered and then flew off. One of them drew the scene. In Oshawa, a wildlife photographer captured an odd-shaped disc in the sky. This scientist says people should be critical, but still open-minded.
There's a few that really just get me scratching my head saying, what could it have been?
The survey says of the 1,100 sightings, only 8% are unexplained, and that can be whittled down to 1% of so-called high-quality unknowns.
In fact, none of these cases, shout that aliens are here. But what they do say is that people are reporting things, and maybe science should take a closer look at some of them.
Since the survey began nearly 30 years ago, more than 19,000 Canadians have reported seeing something strange in the sky. That makes them think we're not alone. Janet Dirks, CTV News, Calgary.
So we just saw then a couple of examples of how the Canadian mainstream news media is reporting on UFO sightings in its daily broadcasting, in its repetitious news feeds that run 24/7. If you watch it long enough, you'll hear it multiple times. But here we are once again back at DuckDuckGo, where we have typed in the search bar Canadian UFO sightings, and straight up Canadians observed more UFOs in 2020, and that was from 5 hours ago. From CTV News, UFO sightings in Canada skyrocketed in 2020, the year of COVID-19, and this is from the Royal Canadian, the Radio Canada International. So let's have a little look. What they're saying there is, I think, an artist's depiction of a UFO sighting. I don't think that was actually a sighting that was seen over UFO, but who knows? Let's have a look. The shapes and colors of reported UFOs tend to vary wildly. A new report from ufology research in Winnipeg says Canadians who say they spotted unidentified flying objects increased by 46% in 2020. So UFO sightings in Canada skyrocketed in 2020, the year of COVID-19. And, you know, at the start of the COVID pandemic, I did suggest, is COVID a big cover up for the deep state's final push towards the new world order? And they're going to unleash all barrels with Project BlueBeam and introduce us to a hoax phantom menace from outer space. We're already in fear of one phantom menace, the COVID-19. You know, they just rebranded and renamed the common cold and influenza. Nobody's dying of the flu anymore, but lots and lots of people are dying of the new, worse than the flu, COVID-19. Has a 99% survival rate. But anyway, we're not talking about vaccines in COVID. We're talking about the COVID smokescreen and the UFO agenda that is hidden behind it. And, you know, as I've been following over this past year, there's not a week that goes by that doesn't see a UFO report or sighting being reported about on either the mainstream or some pretty reputable, so-called reputable publications. Of course, we do know that most of the publications are owned by a very small fraction of individuals. They're all working hand in glove to use these outlets as tools of manipulation and a device of delivering you your daily propaganda and mind control. But a new survey suggests that a number of Canadians who say that they've spotted unidentified flying objects last year took a giant leap upward. The report released Tuesday, UFO research in Winnipeg said sightings of UFOs across the country increased by 46%. Way to repeat yourself multiple times in the opening paragraph. But Chris Rutkowski, perhaps Canada's most widely known student of UFOs, told the Canadian press in a story published on Tuesday that 1,243 sightings of levitating discs, erratic spaceships, and floating triangular objects were reported. And there is the beloved E.T., the extraterrestrial Steven Spielberg creation 1981 movie that won the hearts of millions, but was also a movie that did introduce me a little bit to the concept of UFOs and government cover-ups at a very young age. If you can remember, the government were trying to track down E.T. and in the original version of the movie were about to gun down the kids before E.T. used the Force and made the bikes fly off into the sunset in order to rendezvous with his ship that would take him back home. But while some of the sightings wound up being satellites, a plane flying at an awkward angle, or light plane tricks, Rutkowski said 13% were unexplained, an average that has remained fairly steady for years. There is a persistent phenomenon that won't go away, Rutkowski said to the Canadian press, and he went on to say he has collected unusual sightings in the sky since 1989. He doubts UFOs are being operated by extraterrestrials, in what he's suggesting then that these are Earth creations, man-made objects that are possibly, you know, far great in advancements of technology than they allow us to know about. These are the sort of Area 51 projects that go on out in the desert, and all these UFO sightings, little more than that. But what is the purpose behind all of this is, I do believe that, you know, this is the next false flag about to happen. And for some time I have been, you know, mentioning that it's a matter of time before we get blue-beamed. And we see a hoax, false flag, psychological operation in the form of a UFO arrival, be it an invading, angry, aggressive, warlike, or maybe they're going to come in benevolence and offer us all salvation with cures to all known diseases. Who knows? We are choosing our own reality. They could always go with a friendly approach, and then just like the TV show V, they could suddenly turn hostile once they've won our trust. But he suggested there could be two reasons reasons why more Canadians saw objects that seemed out of this world. Early in the pandemic, the US government released videos of unidentified aerial phenomena, as they are now calling UFOs, UAPs, and they were recorded by the Navy. That drove some people to look a little more carefully at the sky and believe that UFOs are a little more popular and frequent than one believes. It is also possible, he said, that the pandemic has caused people to think a bit more about their lives and wonder whether we are alone in the universe. And is this the purpose of the pandemic? Get more people at home, thinking about life in general and where we're going in the future. And while they're at home, start projecting images and test flying your advanced technology flying craft that would look like alien objects to unknowing eyes. And any any brand new unseen technology is indistinguishable from magic or maybe extraterrestrial origins. But that above, some people look a little bit more carefully into the sky and believe that UFOs are a little more than a popular and frequent that one believes. Sorry if I read that wrong. But it's also possible, he said, that the pandemic has caused people to think a bit more about their lives and wonder whether we are alone in the universe. Sorry, I read that twice. But people were spending more time with their families in their own backyards and were appreciating nature and what's surrounding them. And UFOs are part of human culture, he said. This is probably a way of just imagining what life is in a universe beyond the borders of our little blue speck in space. So that was that one particular article. Let's click back and let's look at the one that came out 5 hours ago at time of reporting. And again, this is from CTV News. A drop in UFO sightings in Manitoba during the pandemic, which is a little bit different to what we are being told elsewhere, that everywhere else in Canada they were on the rise by 46%, but not in Winnipeg. Manitoba, which Manitoba is, or like Montreal, is a hotspot for UFO sightings. Let's look at this video.
Now, in most of Canada, more people are seeing unidentified flying objects. This is according to a recent survey by Ufology Research. Sightings of UFOs increased by 46% in 2020. This morning, we're speaking with Chris Radikowski about this high-flying report. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
Now, can you outline the findings of this report?
Sure. There were about 1,243 UFO reports that were recorded in 2020, which is significantly more than the year before. And it seems to have something to do with the pandemic, although we're not entirely sure. But it does seem that Canadians were seeing more UFOs during lockdown.
Okay, well, where does Manitoba stand in all this?
Well, Manitoba actually bucked the trend. In fact, we only had somewhere between 45 and 50 reports last year, as opposed to 75 or more in the year before. Quebec was also down, but Manitoba had the most significant decrease, and we're not entirely sure why. Maybe we're a little more down to earth or grounded. Not sure, but for some reason the Manitoba bucked the trend. But overall, nationally, there was a very significant increase.
Well, we were kind of speculating here, and we were wondering if maybe the rise in numbers has to do with more people being outside.
No question. That would have something to do with it. People weren't going inside to venues as they would have during the pandemic. They were forced to be in smaller venues or outside in their backyards, camping, that type of thing. So it certainly had something to do with the fact that people were out maybe enjoying the night sky a little bit more. And maybe there's something psychological going on in the sense that we're feeling a little bit vulnerable because of the pandemic, and we're looking up. Maybe somebody up there has a solution.
All right. Well, I'm certain that some of these unidentified flying objects can be identified. There's a certain portion that can be explained away, but what about the portion that can't?
Well, absolutely. In fact, the vast majority of cases either had explanations or possible or probable explanations, and only a relatively small fraction, about 13% last year, it's actually a little bit higher than it's been in previous years, didn't have an explanation. And those range from cases where people would see triangular objects floating over their heads to unusual objects, a series of lights that performed aerobatic maneuvers that didn't seem to be created by airplanes and stars and satellites. So those are the ones that really make you pause and think about what's going on.
Well, sir, what is your thoughts on a personal level? Do you think we have been visited by ET?
Well, as an astronomer, I think it's possible that there's life out there somewhere, but whether they're coming here all that vast distance is really a big question, and I don't see the evidence for it necessarily. The reports are quite interesting, but they don't prove that aliens are visiting us.
All right. Well, what advice would you give a human experiencing their first contact?
Well, if you see a UFO, I would say first try and get somebody to watch it with you. In fact, we've seen some suggestions over the years through the survey that more than one person sees UFOs at one time. So try and find somebody to support what you're seeing. then make a note of what time it is and where you are and what direction you're looking, and really just try and get a good idea of what it is you're looking at. It turns out that in many cases have explanations. We've had the SpaceX and the Starlink satellites that are going up all the time. So there are some other things.
Excellent, sir. We thank you so much for telling us all about this. I, for one, welcome our alien overlords.
Indeed.
So that was very interesting there. You heard, hopefully you caught, he said, maybe someone out there has a solution. Maybe they're going to bring the final solution to Earth, do a little bit of depopulating, just like those National Socialist buggers back in World War II. But also, the repetition of, people are at home and looking up at the skies and they're outside more due to the pandemic. And is this the purpose of the pandemic? Is this why we're all being locked down in such forth and not being able to go indoors as much as we once used to go to movie theaters or shopping malls or places like that where people would gather rather than being outside looking up at the sky? And is this the whole entire purpose of it? While we are locked down and nowhere else or nothing better to do, we look up at the sky, and this is how they can then project or use their new highly advanced technology as test flights for our own entertainment, and these sightings then get reported and help fuel the alien agenda, if you catch my drift. But
now in most of Canada,
sorry, I pressed that twice then. But Winnipeg, a new report shows that Canadians spotted an increase in UFOs last year, though this was not the case for Manitobans. But again, repeating repetition is one of the easiest forms of mind control, and they keep repeating the same thing. They're on the rise. People are spending more time with each other outside, and this is the reason for it. But according to this Chris Rutkowski chap, he found that there were about 1,243 UFO reports, as we saw in the other article. They're all reading from the same script, and this is sort of how the mainstream are pushing this agenda. And as it said previously, it is on a 46% rise. Though he's not entirely sure, he said, this increase does seem to have something to do with the pandemic. Indeed, it does. Is it all connected? The psychological operation within the psychological operation, the disassociation with the old ways, the dismantlement of how modern society used to be and how they are introducing the new normal. Is new normal going to include alien visitations? Who knows? But bucking the trend, one part of Canada that didn't see an increase in UFO sightings was Manitoba, and Rutkowski said there were somewhere between 45 and 50 reports in the province last year, and the year before there were more more than 75. Manitoba has the most significant decrease, and we're not entirely sure why that is, he said. Maybe we're a little bit more down to earth or grounded. I'm not sure, but for some reason, Manitoba bucked the trend. But why is it rising in Canada? Rutofsky once again retorts from his rhetoric of propaganda that one of the possible reasons for the rise in UFO sightings across Canada could have to do with the fact that people were going outside more during the pandemic. They were forced into smaller venues, a captive audience, should we say, or outside in their backyards, camping and that type of thing. So, with more eyes looking, then there's more possibility that people will see and report these things. And, it's not just Canada, it is a worldwide phenomenon. 2020 saw more record UFO sightings than anyone. And is this the deep state's final push towards the one world order to give us a threat that we really, truly can be unified against, unlike the pandemic, where some people are led to believe it's real, other people screaming it's a hoax. Don't believe the hype, take off your mask, yada yada, whoop-de-woo, ray-tay-tay. This is the divide and conquer. This is how they can see who's obedient, who's disobedient. This is how they can monitor and data collect our thoughts and opinion towards the government. They're also creating, a doomsday type scenario for those that believe that, oh my goodness, we're in fear, we could die at any minute if we go out from this disease. And the paranoia, the fear, the unknowing, the uncertainty, this is all very, very similar to the psychological effects of cold warfare that we experienced during the 1980s in the aftermath of World War II. Who's going to press the button, who's going to unlaunch their nuclear arsenal first? And we lived in that fear and threat of nuclear Armageddon. In the 21st century, up until last year, our threat and fear was that at any given moment, in any given time, radicalized terrorists could carry out acts of terrorism on our streets. And through a bunch of series of staged false flag events depicting such events of domestic and radicalized religious terrorism around the globe, they help to support the fear of the propaganda for the PSYOP, and are the seeds of the fear and planting of the pandemic just a guise, just a cover screen, while the elites can go out of their way to do some practice dummy runs with all their holographic technology and their very highly advanced spacecraft that are actually built in an Earth bunker and not from outer space at all. And is this why we are seeing these things in the sky, that these are dust test runs, dummy runs, checking if it works, in a little bit like Project Blue Book back in the 50s. They sort of used to go out and investigate UFO sightings and then discredit them as being weather balloons or satellites that have fallen out of the sky. I think they were really researching to see what people saw, and if they believed that it was extraterrestrial or alien in origin rather than Earth-based. And if people did believe that they thought it was of an extraterrestrial origin, then great, we've done a good job cloaking and disguising our earthbound technology as alien technology, if you get what I'm saying. But what are these UFOs? There is said to be an explanation for the vast majority of UFO sightings, but he noted that last year 13% of the reports didn't have an explanation. And again, the Pentagon, Ministry of Defense, many government agencies have released files about unidentified flying objects, which say we just can't explain them. They're possibly from out of this world. But he said these unexplained sightings range from cases where people would see triangular objects like a pyramid, the all-seeing eye over their heads, an unusual objects, series of lights that performed acrobatic maneuvers. These could be drones, and the maneuvers that didn't seem to be created by aeroplane, and stars and satellites. Those are the ones that make you pause to think what's going on. But he said he does believe the possibility there is some life beyond Earth, and there is no evidence to suggest that aliens are visiting us. But as he said, there is a little bit more from the mainstream here in Canada about UFO sightings. And let's just go down again, dropping sightings in Manitoba 6 hours ago. UFO sightings surge, but not in Manitoba, from the Winnipeg Sun. Great fixations of Canada, UFOs and hockey. That was a day ago. Bright lights in the sky. Look at some of the UFO sightings. We've already saw that article previously in this upload. Mystery and Milieu survey says Canadians have seen more UFOs through the pandemic. Again, there's a picture of Rudkovsky with ET and a recognizable gray alien. Something about Schitt's Creek, but we investigated an alleged UFO sighting near Ottawa. That was from 18 days ago. I was a teenage UFO investigator who explored an infamous alien sighting near Ottawa, CBC, 18 days ago. That sounds like a movie from the 1950s. I was a teenage UFO investigator. I don't know if that would be the voice that it would be delivered in, but nevertheless, you know what I'm getting at. But the truth is out there. The alien hunting hotspots 44 days ago. Upcoming UFO report will be difficult to explain. Former National Intelligence Officer says from 14 days ago. Oh, giant Bigfoot trap. That might be something to look at another day. But let's look on this one here from Yahoo News. I don't know if this is from Canada. No, this is a USA Today report. Move over Roswell, New Mexico. You're not the only place where extraterrestrial sightings occur. Sorry, there's no music or anything here. This is the top 5 spots for Number 2, Montana. And number 1, Washington. Interestingly enough, Washington DC was where one of the most famous UFO sightings was seen way back in the 1950s. And that would probably be, you know, if the aliens did come down with the narrative of "take me to your leader," who would the most powerful person on Earth be? He'd be living at the White House probably. Although, you know, it's debatable if Biden can even stand up to piss anymore. But whether or not he is the most powerful man on the planet, it remains to be seen, down to personal opinion. My opinion is he's just the puppet of the elites whose strings are being pulled by unseen hands. But there is an instance where we don't have good explanations for some of the things that we've seen, and when that information becomes declassified, I'll be able to talk a little bit more about that. Former Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, told Fox News Maria Bartiromo on Friday. Marta gets former DNI John Ratcliffe to talk about UFOs ahead of a deadline for the government to disclose what it knows about them. Usually we have multiple sensors that are picking up these things. There is actually quite a few more than have been made public. And there's another little video.
Actually, is a program that's been in place for a few years in terms of a task force that has been there under the National Defense Authorization Act. But as you correctly point out, Maria, there's now a report that will be issued by the Pentagon, by the Secretary of Defense, and the Director of National Intelligence. I actually wanted to get this information out and declassified before I left office, but we weren't able to get it down into an unclassified format that we could talk about quickly enough. But frankly, there are a lot more sightings than have been made public. Some of those have been declassified. When we talk about sightings, we're talking about objects that have been seen by Navy or Air Force pilots or have been picked up by satellite imagery that, frankly, engage in actions that are difficult to explain, that movements that are hard to replicate, that we don't have the technology for, or traveling at speeds that, you know, exceed the sound barrier without a sonic boom. So, in short, things that we are observing that are difficult to explain. And so, you know, there's actually quite a few of those, and I think that information is being gathered and will be put out in a way that the American people can see. We always, when we see these things, Maria, we always look for a plausible explanation. You know, weather can cause disturbances, visual disturbances. Sometimes we wonder whether or not our adversaries have technologies that are a little bit further down the road than we thought or that we realized. But there are instances where we don't have good explanations explanations for some of the things that we've seen. And, you know, when that information becomes declassified, I'll be able to talk a little bit more about that.
Can you tell us where it was seen?
Actually, all over the world. There have been sightings all over the world. And when we talk about sightings, the other thing I will tell you is it's not just a pilot or just a satellite or some intelligence collection. Usually we have multiple sensors that are picking up these things. And so, you know, again, some of this are just they're unexplained phenomenon. And there's actually quite a few more than have been made public. So I think it'll be healthy for as much of this information to get out there as possible, so that the American people can see.
So there you go. That was that individual chap in Ratcliffe individual chatting about his involvement with the government in declassification stuff we've heard and seen before here at Reality Decoded in some previous alien related streams. But although this isn't Canadian related, it just goes to show that the mainstream are all up on this alien agenda. And we're not going to read any more of that because we pretty much heard what he said. But at the bottom of there's some other articles. UFO sightings to be made public in a new report. The former chief intelligence says glowing blue UFO spotted in Hawaii sky. Let's click on that. Project BlueBeam Hawaiian style. Sorry, I just can't there. Let's look at it simplified. Aloha aliens, glowing blue UFO spotted in the Hawaii sky. Hawaii Sky 5-0. You know how it goes. The UFO had a glowing blue color and an oblong shape. Witnesses said it was described by one onlooker as larger than a telephone pole. FAA officials said there were no aircraft incidents or accidents in the area at the time. 2020 went out with a weird vibe in Hawaii. Last week on December 29th at roughly 8:30 p.m., eyewitnesses on Hawaiian island of Oahu saw a UFO in the night sky, prompting several 911 calls. It was recently reported. The UFO had a glowing blue color and an oblong shape. The UFO, which was caught on video, was described by one onlooker as larger than a phone pole, and it sailed across the sky for several minutes before crashing into the oceans, witnesses said. Honolulu police reported UFO sightings to the Federal Aviation Administration. Law enforcement contacted the FAA the night of Tuesday, December the 29th, about a witness report of a plane down in that area, a possible plane down in that area. An FAA spokesman, Ian Gregor, told USA Today, we followed up on a report but had no aircraft disappear off our radars, and we had no reports of overdue or missing aircraft. The sighting was unlikely to be an extraterrestrial, as is the case with most UFOs. So even there, it's unlikely. This one was unlikely to be a UFO, but most of them are extraterrestrial. Overall, it was just another strange incident there. But I think we actually did see that video in one of those previous streams before. But as you can see, guys, there is no end to UFO related content on a lot of major platforms being posted to the internet. So without further ado, let's have a little quick look at some deep state depopulation agendas through fake hoax alien invasions before we wrap things up here. Alrighty guys, here we are at the winterwatch.net. Alien Project BlueBeam PSYOP to distract from mandatory vaccines, December the 8th, 2020. Now, don't want to be that guy, but told you so. I was one of the first people to suggest that possibly COVID-19 was a big cover-up as the elites roll out the final preparations for Project BlueBeam and do a few dummy runs and test drills just to sort of see if the technology is working, get a few results and feedback via videos and posts that make it to social media, YouTube, etc. Yada yada, whoop-de-woo, ray tay tay. But it was me over at TSP TV that suggested this some time ago, and this individual, Russ Winter at Winterwatch, suggests the same. But he's suggesting it is to distract us from mandatory vaccines. Maybe the aliens might bring a cure to all diseases and offer it us up in a form of a vaccine. Who knows? The alien deception. This is quite a long article, guys, but I'm going to read it in its entirety because it's pretty interesting. The only thing left in the new underworld order's bag of tricks is for the aliens to invade, in brackets, Project BlueBeam. And as I said, guys, there's an extensive amount of information on TSP TV regarding Project BlueBeam and the COVID cover-up. But do an international broadcast. For the aliens to invade, do an international broadcast. Sorry, I lost my train of thought then. So anyway, the only thing left in the New World Order's bag of tricks is for the aliens to invade, do an international broadcast, tell us to trust world government, be COVID safe, and cut carbon emissions, all while wearing Black Lives Matter t-shirts. Now, up until the Black Lives Matter t-shirts, that's pretty much the plot of the day the Earth stood still, in which a UFO flying saucer landed on the White House lawns in Washington, and a robot come out and a humanoid character alien, and warned of impending doom if Earth didn't pull their shit together and get their acting gear and de-arm themselves as a result of not depopulating. But again, these hoax alien invaders could do quite a lot of depopulating before maybe the earth germs of COVID-19 destroys them. And then once the earth germs, they killed the aliens, they could kill you next. Best get your vaccine so that we'll be stronger than the aliens if they come back. But the next hoax is being prepared, most likely as a look over there decoy for mandatory scandemic vaccines and the Great Reset. I actually believe the reverse, that the pandemic, the vaccines, wear a mask, don't wear a mask, that is the distraction, that is the decoy, that's what's got everyone busy in what most people were paying attention to, and while they can do, while people in the population is doing that, then the elites and these deep state folk can use the distraction to their advantage to put all the pieces in place. And we've got satellites being pumped up into air week after week by Elon Musk. We've got NASA landing on Mars with a fake helicopter, probably the same studio that they used for the moon landing. But is a fake alien invasion in the works? With the Branch Covidian cult firmly established, like that Branch Covidians, the scene seems ripe to run on at least part of the pajama people. The Branch Covidians, that might be an interesting article to read. But the Jerusalem Post reports that a former Israeli security chief, Haim Ashad, has revealed that aliens from a galactic federation have been in contact with the United States and Israel for years. But humanity is not ready to know this. Hoax alert, they only communicate with the US and Israel. That should say a lot. But the truth may be out there, but nowhere near as there as this tale. Space aliens have reached an agreement with the US government to stay mum on the experiments they conduct on Earth, as well as their secret base on Mars, until mankind is ready to accept them, the former head of Israel's space program claimed in a new interview. Now, again, this Mars psyop is going on again, where COVID, everybody's got their eyes on Mars. Could this be War of the Worlds about to unfold? Are these little drones and helicopters and rovers that are supposedly up on Mars being controlled by NASA down here on Earth? Are they going to bump into some unbeknown creatures or silos or missile launching pads and discover that, oh my goodness, look, there's a whole invading Martian army waiting to descend on Earth? But the aliens, according to this Israeli individual, has asked not to announce that we are here because humanity is not ready to accept them, but getting a clue. The missing monoliths. And of course, these appear and disappear monoliths are being dismissed as art pieces. The question begs, however, why are they showing up at all? Psyops. And we did cover some of the monoliths over on TSP TV as part of our alien agenda. Again, very 2001-y. Is this all part of the seed in the plantation of the psyop, the alien invasion? Is this them, using sort of popular fictional pieces of entertainment such as movies and TV shows? Are they using all these as the predictive programming and the device to normalize such things? And are they borrowing from the scripts to simulate our reality into an augmented alien invasion? But the Utah monolith enchanted millions, and then it was gone, leaving mysteries behind. And then all of a sudden they discovered another one in Spain, and there is the city council of the Spanish town has asked the population not to go to the place where the strange object is found. There is the strange object. And then a second one popped up in Romania, and there is a picture of it there from the BBC News. Source reports of an Isle of Wight monolith. If you don't know the Isle of Wight, it's a tiny little island just off the south coast of England. A nice place to go in the summertime, seaside, fun fairs, all that kind of good stuff. And here is a little bit of Space Odyssey, which we won't click on and play because I'm pretty sure that we will get some copyright strikes. But Bill Cooper of Behold the Pale Horse, an inspiration of mine, mentioned in his book, as I just mentioned, Behold a Pale Horse, that they used this advanced hologram technology. Negative energy via fear is their currency. So the negative energy of fear is being produced by COVID-19. Wear a mask, get a vaccine. This is fearing millions of people and creating negative energy. Once the negative energy is created, then they are halfway to their goal, in which they do to delay or slow down the great awakening of the masses. That is the currency, right, of psychological operation. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Please excuse me. A discussion of Project BlueBeam. A Luger press at ABC have suddenly uncovered a formerly secret and now closed Department of Defense program investigating UFO reports. A simple Google search reveals more UFO coverage from an assortment of dubious media supporters. Dr. Stephen Greer, the creator of the widely viewed documentary Unacknowledged, is also noticing a worrying pattern from Lugan Press Publishing, Luger Press pushing an extraterrestrial intervention and UFO narrative. Greer is concerned about an ET false flag, commonly referred to as Project BlueBeam. I watched the Greer documentary, this is the author, on Amazon, and found it really interesting, although not totally convincing. And I believe that Greer is part of the deep state psyop in normalizing the UFO agenda, and the fact he's mentioning Project BlueBeam is the sort of trait of controlled opposition, give a little bit of truth amongst with a lot of misinformation, but at the same time this is controlled opposition controlling the narrative of the skeptics, but the author is skeptical of the whole issue of ETs. Maybe it was just Quinky Dink that 1947 marked both the eruption of a UFO law and the creation of the CIA, but a BlueBeam false flag is another matter. Winter Watch is reporting on this not as a prediction, but rather as a general awareness exercise should something unusual happen. A little bit like myself, I'm trying to bring you as much information so you can be aware of any possible false flag psychological events that take place in your neighborhood or around the world in the coming weeks and months. But a universal belief in a new age religion is essential to implementing the new world order. In principle, BlueBeam would make use of the skies as a movie screen as a space-based laser-generating satellites project simultaneously images for the four corners of the planet in every language and dialect. It deals with the religious aspect of the New World Order and is deception and seduction on a massive scale. Read Alien Abduction, another Tavistockian trauma-based mind-op. Indeed we do, because we've also talked an awful lot about Tavistock Institute here at Reality Decoded and formerly at TSP-TV. So an urgent note here is that the recent New York Times story is couched from a threat office of the Pentagon. This clear ramp up to false flag fake disclosure designed to prepare people for a threat from outer space. So warmongers and war profiteers have a new bigger enemy. Beware. And the threat to the entire globe would be the unifying threat. For humanity, they could possibly, this is the purpose of the fake alien invasion, is so that everybody would put aside their differences in order to unite against the common foe. Once the common foe has possibly been defeated after doing a little bit of depopulating to Earth, there may be the aftermath. We need a one world order to protect us from such things happening again. But dubious former Senator Harry Reid is a front and center in his latest story and superheaded the funding of a $22 million boondoggle DoD program. It turns out that Reid's friend Bob Bigelow, who owns BlueBeam, who owns an aerospace company and founded a hotel chain, is a supposed UFO believer. In fact, he thinks extraterrestrials regularly visit Earth. Bigelow also bought Skinwalker Ranch, another interesting myth, urban legend, phenomenon, skinwalkers. But he bought the ranch in Utah, a place rifle with UFO sightings. Moreover, Bigelow was also a big donor to Harry Reid's re-election campaign. So Harry thought he'd return the favor, and voila, Reid used an earmark to start up the UFO program. Another dubious ET believer is John Podesta. I wouldn't trust any of these people alone with my 95-year-old mother, not even for 2 minutes. Also revealed by WikiLeaks were emails between astronaut Edgar Mitchell and Podesta about the Vatican holding evidence of ETI. Here is a video there. Let's have a see what this is all about. How long is it? Oh, that wasn't really worth watching at all, was it? Never mind. Don't know what's going on there. But as First Lady Hillary Clinton was commiserating with Lawrence Rockefeller, something we featured in the previous live stream, Hoax Invaders from Space, and she was cohorting with him on his UFO initiative. And yes, a Winter Watch critic might accuse us of hostile attribution bias, to which we respond guilty. Do you actually trust any of these aforementioned actors? I certainly don't. But unlike real conspiracies that the Winter Watch covers, UFOs are popularized in the Lugan press. For example, a couple of times a year in between his Celeb Fest of Stars, Larry King hosts ufologists who regale the talk show Kingpin with an endless parade of blurry photographs, grainy photo videos, and breathless tales of government cover-ups. Yes, here we go again, blurry and grainy. Winter Watch hostile attribution bias guilty again. Do you trust blurry and grainy? And there is a video that we did see in Invaders, Hoax Invaders from Space, for the last stream that we did here at Reality Decoded, as we also saw these videos on Ronald Reagan talking about how the universe might, not the universe, how the world might respond to a universal threat from outer space. But now there are different kinds of sky sightings. On November the on November the 3rd, 2017, a large and unusual night sky display of high-tech drones was put on over Folsom, California. You can hear the cognoscenti really eating this stuff up. This should give readers an idea of the technology that can be employed, and if they deploy this publicly, we really have no other idea of what other more advanced sightings there is up their sleeve. And here is a video. Let's watch this one. Hopefully that's going to be a little bit better.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think they're drones. I think they're all attached to whatever one kind of aerial display. Who knows what's going on? All I'm knowing is that this is something I've never seen before. Have you? Can you explain this to me? That's what we're here doing right now, is trying to get the people's opinions from around the world. Have you seen anything like this? This is something unusual and unlike your usual drone displays and aerial advertisements.
Let's just say if they are drones, which I'm going to give a high likelihood that they are, that they're going to be, for the future, it's going to be hard to discern what's a UFO and what's not. Maybe that's the new technology. They're trying to confuse the masses on what's up in our skies.
Absolutely, there are projects out there, and people are stating that there will be some kind of maybe false flag alien invasion, and this lighter than air technology right now to create this massive illusion, which I believe is probably man-made, but a new kind of technology that's being experimented on towards the people of maybe a false invasion of someone or something not of this planet.
Yeah, we're looking at AI in the skies right now, robotic technology, aerial technology that hasn't been seen, and this is another one for the books. What's up next?
Absolutely, and again, is this one object moving around with a bunch of lights attached to it, or are these multiple objects in sequence via AI drone technology? That's what we're kind of scratching our heads on, and I'm sure we're probably going to find answers here very soon, but we wanted to share this with you as it's coming into us right here at Third Phase Moon. Brent, thanks for joining us, and don't forget, we're going to be broadcasting Friday night, taking your calls from around the world. If you've seen a UFO, we want to see it. Have you been abducted by aliens? We want to hear it. Call into the radio show, 347-934-0378. Keep your eyes on the skies, everybody. We're not alone. Thanks, Brent.
Well, we're going to stop it there because I think it's pretty much the same. But there you can see examples of possibly drones that are lighting up the sky. Was that what we saw at the start of this video when we saw those blue objects above Montreal Airport there? Some BlueBeam experiments. Let's have a little look at this one. How long is this going to be? 3 minutes and 36 minutes. So they were pretty interesting, don't you think? Very, very spooky in some respects. But again, all evidence that could suggest that this was holographic technology being used against us. If it's not holographic technology, what the hell is it, right? Special effects, faked videos, who knows? Something is being producing these images, and maybe something is causing this phenomenon in the air above. And is that something? What is the technology behind Project BlueBeam? But do you think that is imminently in the works? A more immediate reality is an AI computer generated imagery, CGI in brackets, and dense holograms for smaller scale trickery and staged deception. One thing Winterwatch knows is for a fact that the New World Order crime syndicates has not only an interest in relentlessly hoaxing the general population, but the means as well to do such. The theory holds that they use dense hologram imagery combined with voice to skull technology, and possibly a good dose of suggestibility via drug aerosols in the air or put into our drinking water. Also, having the subliminal implantation of constantly hearing it and seeing it in your news feeds and on mainstream news broadcasts. In amongst all the COVID fear mongering propaganda. But another variation would be, and we think more likely this is Winterwatch, not myself, would be that there's some type of smaller scale religious messiah or prophecy hocus pocus and psyop amid an evangelical rapture. Branch Covidians, Judicus, and New Age types. Perhaps this would be the tide to Jerusalem. No doubt the CS has the data to determine, the crime syndicate, the data to determine just how gullible and controllable the population or segments of the population are and what would be required. And again, something that they use memes for is to acquire this data. If you're sharing and agreeing with religious memes, then maybe, okay, these people really, really do believe in this stuff. Maybe we will go with the religious icon holographs instead of the aliens. See what I'm saying, guys? It's all for a purpose. It is all connected. There is all a reason behind anything. But a lizard-licking crime syndicate psychologist, one James V. McConnell, boasted in 1970s issue of Psychology Today. The day has come when we can combine sensory deprivation with drug hypnosis and astute manipulation of reward and punishment to gain, again, likes and thumbs up, smiley emojis, cuddly emojis, all of that is your reward for sharing and agreeing with your data collection that will be used against you in a psyop sometime near you soon. But almost absolute control over an individual's behavior is possible, and it should be then possible to achieve a very rapid and highly effective type of positive brainwashing that would allow us to make dramatic changes in a person's behavior and personality. Now they can do that to the masses via social media and mainstream media, mind control and brainwashing. I don't know what this is all about, the lizard there, but we have seen in recent years more of this alien threat theme in entertainment. When the big show is put on, the god figure or messiah will speak in every language. Artificial talk or voice to skull is personalized to each individual based on his belief, can possibly be delivered to you via your cellular device or your smart technology. Again, you know, your little phone knows exactly what you share and agree with and what your beliefs are, what your thoughts are, and it can target you individually to believe whatever, and maybe transmit the voice to skull into your brain once Project BlueBeam is active and predetermined, pre-installed applications go live. It's not too unrealistic to think any of that is possible. But the ETI or alien threat could be run concurrent with this supernatural and spooky visions. could be conjured up to severely traumatize the population, perhaps driving a mass suicide. There's also a little bit of depopulating going on in mass suicides for sure. Then a contrived salvation is offered by the crime syndicate, aka the One World Order. Augmented reality, dragon flies over Korean baseball stadium. Unfortunately, that video has been removed, but augmented reality is another thing we have been talking about, not just here, but at reality, TSP TV, as well as Reality Decoded. But there you go, guys. We're going to start to wrap this up very shortly, but there was a little bit on Project BlueBeam, and is this a distraction? And is the pandemic all a distraction, or is BlueBeam going to be a distraction? But if somebody else is telling you what I was telling you over a year ago, that COVID-19 is a cover-up for something, and is that something Project BlueBeam?
In the 1990s, I was read into or briefed on a project that involved an interagency group that had the ability to disclose the ET presence in a way that would frighten everyone on Earth and convince the public that there was an alien threat, which is completely false. It's all a lie. And that this had been developed in the 50s, and they had been developing the means and the psychological warfare to make that happen. So in the 1990s, I wrote a paper called When Disclosure Serves Secrecy. What that means is there are two kinds of disclosures that might happen. A truthful one that is also a hopeful one, which is what I gave up my medical career to try to actuate do. And then there's the one that is spun by the spin meisters in Washington and at the Pentagon and CIA, which runs like this. It's true, the UFOs are real. They are here as a threat. They're violating our airspace. They're a national security and a threat to our sovereignty. I'm quoting.
The purpose of the program, Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, was really designed to do just that. From a national security perspective, identify those things that we see and try to ascertain and determine if that information is a potential threat to national security.
And we knew this was going to happen because I had met with people who were in these classified projects, who were on interagency committees that had everything set to roll this out, and they were just waiting for the right time. The Soviet Union has ended. We have the global terrorism, while it's still there, it's not like it was around 9/11. This is the next big thing that they want the public to be afraid of.
So there we heard Stephen Greer, the deep state controlled opposition actor there, suggesting that the false flag deep state manufactured alien threat is the next big thing they want the public to be afraid of. And, what I do agree with is, again, that, we've had the fear of terrorism and such forth. We now sort of have the fear of viruses, but the next real big fear factor that they can really use about this, we've had world wars, we've had cold wars, we've had what else is there left to roll out other than the alien threat? But we won't play this because it's forbidden footage. We don't want to catch any copyright strikes or anything like that if we can help it. But as I said, we did start out with the Canadian edition of Project BlueBeam and some very peculiar looking lights caught on some very short videos and only a handful of photographs. Was this aliens visiting us? I really don't think so. Are they deep faked videos and photographs that have been created and developed and designed to be circulated into social media using operatives under the guise of normal people using Facebook or Instagram accounts, Twitter, such forth? Or is it evidence that they are using some kind of holographic technology to be able to project things in the sky? But never has there been a year like 2020 that had so many UFO reports, and 2021 has not stopped in the sightings, the reports, the information, the mainstream narrative. It is all being part and parcel of what I believe is rolling out the next false flag psychological operation, which will come in an alien form. But anyway, that's it, guys. Thanks for watching. As always, keep it thrifty, take care of yourself, and remember to be excellent to each other. This was Reality Decoded, Ship Video Productions. See you next time.